Good morning and welcome back to docket 24-1201. Are there any administrative matters before we begin? Attorney Tisler.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chairman. First, I noted yesterday, I believe you said read in H was outstanding, but the company went back and reviewed, and we did provide that previously on May 30th. We reviewed the transcript, and it's on page 350 of the May 30th transcript.
Thank you.
Further, this morning we have another read-in BB relating to OCC 452, and Mr. Garrett Murray is able to provide that.
Good.
Do you want to take that now or for administrative matters?
We can take that now. Thank you.
Okay, great. Good morning. So in reference to OCC 452 attachment 1, where lines 20 and 23, lines 20 showed a credit and line 23 showed a large increase in 2023. In April of 2023, the company's accounting department made a balance sheet entry to move charges from an old work order that was mapping to capital and removal, the classification, to a current engineering and supervision work order that's mapped to engineering and supervision classification. Both capital and removal and engineering and supervision are balance sheet classifications. This was just a shift between two balance sheet accounts. There's no impact to the company's O&M portion of labor.
Thank you.
One more administrative item. The company received some feedback yesterday that perhaps for efficiency purposes in responding to the questions that parties and interveners in PURA may have, it'd be extremely helpful to have the interrogatory response number first and then the attachment number if there's an attachment.
Okay.
We think that'll sort of help the witnesses find the relevant documentation a little bit quicker and then be able to respond to questions a bit quicker.
Okay. All right. So we'll ask other parties and interveners to try to name the interrogatory before the attachment. Anything further?
That's all for the company. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything from other parties or interveners? All right. Seeing none, let's proceed into our first panel. First panel of the day, the company's rates and rate design panel. The company could present its witnesses, please.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'd just like to note that we will have Eric Soderman from the company joining this panel, as well as Richard Baseter and Garrett Murray. I don't believe those three were previously identified on the witness panel list. And David Coco as well. I'm not 100% sure if he was previously identified or not.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. So to the panel members, would each of you please state your full names and positions for the record?
Morning, Greg Therian, Vice President with Concentric Energy Advisors.
Good morning, Ed Davis, Director of Rates for Eversource Energy.
Kimberly Parsons, Senior Analyst, Connecticut Rates for Eversource Energy.
Ina Paine, Manager, Sales and Revenue Forecasting with Eversource Energy Service Company.
Good morning, Richard Bassester, Principal Analyst for Budgeting and Forecasting for Eversource Energy.
Good morning, Garrett Murray, Manager, Connecticut Revenue Requirements for Eversource Energy Services Company.
Thank you.
Morning, Eric Soderman, Director of Gas Supply, Eversource Energy.
Good morning, Dan Trainer, Director of Collections and Low Income Programs for Eversource Energy.
Good morning, David Coco, Director of IT Business Solutions for Eversource Energy.
Mr. Murray, Mr. Trainer, and Mr. Coco were previously sworn.
Okay. Thank you. If the other witnesses could please raise your right hand, I'll administer the oath, at the conclusion of which please say, I do. I swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under pains and penalties of perjury.
I do.
Thank you. Attorney Tisler, please.
Okay. Mr. Davis, Ms. Parsons, and Mr. Therian, as part of your preparation for this docket, did you provide pre-filed direct and rebuttal testimony and exhibits, which were marked as exhibits YGS rates 1 through YGS rates 12 and Exhibit YGS Rates Rebuttal 1?
Yes.
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 And did each of you also sponsor responses to interrogatories submitted in this proceeding?
Yes.
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 Do you have any updates or corrections to your pre-filed testimonies or interrogatory responses not previously identified for the record in interrogatory responses?
Yes, we have two minor corrections. The first is in our pre-filed testimony, Exhibit YGS Rates-1 at page 34, line 11. The phrase should state rates 3, 10, 20, and 30 rather than stating rate 30 twice. The second correction is in the rebuttal testimony Exhibit YGS Rates-Rebuttal 1 at page 2, line 6. Energy adjustment clause should read energy assistance costs. Those are my corrections.
Thank you. Ms. Payne, did you sponsor responses to interrogatories submitted in this proceeding? And do you have any updates or corrections to your interrogatory responses not previously identified in the record?
No, I don't.
To the panel, do you adopt your pre-filed testimony and interrogatory responses as part of your sworn testimony in this proceeding? Mr. Davis, do you have any comments on Yankee's proposed rate design?
Yes, thank you. We know that increases are tough for customers at any time, and we're also very aware that rate cases bring relatively more significant impacts for customers than can be expected. The company is proposing a performance-based rate mechanism plan in this proceeding. And from a rates perspective, that can mitigate the impact of future rate increases through annual adjustments to rates over a 4-year term, thereby fostering more gradual and timely changes to rates compared with the impacts to rates that can occur due to long periods between rate cases. Several public commenters at the public comment hearings likewise have emphasized that annual increases would create a gradual impact. In this proceeding, Yankee has taken a holistic approach to design rates that address and strike a balance among many considerations, and that to achieve a fair and equitable apportionment of cost to serve customers in each of its rate classes and avoid undue discrimination among them. At the class level, the company's proposal seeks to have each rate class contribute closer to their share of the cost to provide service. This is a more equitable approach because under existing rates, some classes pay more and some classes pay less than their fair share of costs. For commercial and industrial customer classes, the data does not indicate their rates should increase substantially. Within each rate class, there can be different types of charges to recover their share of costs, including fixed charges, volumetric charges, and demand charges. For residential customers, the company is proposing a modest increase to their fixed charge rather than a large increase more reflective of actual customer costs. This approach supports a more gradual movement toward efficient pricing that maintains some level of fixed cost recovery through volumetric rates. Yankee understands the benefits of volumetric rates for energy efficiency and conservation goals consistent with state policy and is mindful of these considerations.
Mr. Davis, do you have any comments on Yankee's proposed rates for energy affordability initiatives?
Yes, Yankee has proposed both a 5-tier low-income discount rate consistent with past Bureau precedent and an energy assistance cost rate. The low-income discount rate, otherwise known as LIDER, mechanism will mitigate the rates and total charges on customer bills coming out of this rate case for hardship customers. The EAC will be a transparent mechanism for addressing affordability-related costs going forward and is designed on a basis of comparable, well-vetted mechanism for electric service customers.
And Mr. Therian, do you have any comments on the cost of service study model in this proceeding?
Yes, I have two. The first is generally the purpose of the cost of service model in this proceeding is to allocate the company's rate year revenues and costs to the various classes of service in a manner that reflects the relative costs of providing service to each class. Concentric and Yankee participated in a virtual meeting with the OCC on February 28th, 2025, to review the functioning of the cost of service model and demonstrate its use and how to manipulate the model. However, through rebuttal testimony, we learned that the OCC's witness appeared to have difficulties with our model caused by his inability to manipulate the model effectively. This is an inherent risk when allowing third parties to use complex models that they're not familiar with. I wanted to raise this because we have been willing to run alternative scenarios based on OCC's parameters pursuant to a discovery request, but no such requests were received. It's my experience, and it's common for parties in a regulatory proceeding to request alternative runs of the cost of service model and ensure the accuracy of the results by having the consultant that owns the model run those scenarios. My second comment has to do with the zero intercept, if that's okay, Ms. Okay, the zero intercept method, which we heard a little bit about yesterday, is a statistical method used to determine the relationship between the size of main and the associated unit cost, which determines the customer-related component of gas mains. And that's the key, the customer component of gas mains. It's important to quantify and separate the customer component and the demand-related component of the cost of mains. In this proceeding, Yankee used the zero intercept method in the exact same manner it has historically used it because of its longstanding precedent in Connecticut from a decision some 25 years ago in docket 990328. Additionally, the zero intercept method remains one of the recommended methods by NARUC. Prior to the OCC's submission of testimonies in this proceeding, there is no reason for the company to consider the zero intercept method as a subject of debate. The OCC's positions appear to be merely to relegate an issue that was firmly decided in Connecticut 25 years ago has really not been challenged to the best of my knowledge since then. And based on my experience, if such a challenge on cost allocation were to occur, I would recommend it be part of a generic proceeding and go beyond just the allocation of mains. Thank you.
Thank you. This panel is available for cross-examination.
Thank you. We will begin cross today with the authority staff. Attorney Fryer, please.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Pat Fryer. I'm an attorney here at the agency. I'm here with Rich Starzinski and Larry Blank. I have a couple of questions that I'm going to open up with. And then I'm going to turn it over to Larry Blank, who has a series of questions, and then it will be back to me for some another series of questions. So first question is in relation to the rebuttal testimony at page 9. The company determined 2 outlier observations and excluded them from the cost allocation for mains, specifically the 5-inch diameter main and the 14-inch diameter main. If you could please elaborate as to why those exclusions occurred and also provide some additional information with respect to the 5-inch diameter main misclassification.
Certainly. First, when you get a large amount of data, and plant data is a great example, I think it's incumbent upon the analyst to make sure that the data that I receive from the company is good. So it's called scrubbing. And you just do some really basic data scrubs to make sure that you don't have any outliers of data. And I was very pleased with the quality of the data that I received from Yankee, and it's consistent with the quality of data I've received from them in past proceedings. However, there were 2 data records that really stood out to me that I felt were incorrect. The first of which was a 5-inch plastic main. Now, if you look at my curriculum vitae, you'll see that I was a construction director for 2 years. And I do not recall, in my experience, ever seeing a 5-inch plastic main. So I found that to be very odd. And then, upon further investigation and doing simple math on it, it appeared to me that the cost for this particular data record looked very similar to half-inch plastic main, which would not really be a main, it would be a service. So the record appeared to be incorrect. And as I learned throughout discussions with the company, that was in fact validated, that it is in fact a half-inch service connected to a 4-inch main. So that's why it's been excluded from the data in running the regression analysis. So that's exclusion number one. Exclusion number two is a 14-inch steel main for 650 feet. It is the only record for a 14-inch main out of 16 pipe on the entire system. I found that to be odd. The record for that seems to support that it is in fact a viable record, even though the cost for that seems to be really out of line. When including it in the regression, it definitely skewed the regression to the point that I didn't think it, in fact, it was really detrimental. Okay, so the R-squared values without the 14-inch main were much higher than including it. So one record for 650 feet for a 14-inch pipe, which by the way is an unusual diameter size. I'm not saying that steel, you couldn't have a size like that. It was put in 2000, so I excluded it. We did file the regression with it included, so you can look at those results if you'd like, and that's included in the work papers for OCC 380.
And the company testified that the relative costs and footage are already weighted. Can you please further explain how the costs and footage are already weighted?
Well, when you install a 2-inch pipe, you install a 2-inch pipe. It has nothing in it at the time of installation. It's empty, right? So the OCC witness discussed, in my opinion, engineering matters that don't have much to do with the actual day of construction, which is like the pressure requirements. That's all done by engineering. They figure out what size pipe you need. So on the day of construction, you're installing a 2-inch pipe. That's one job. You may have another 2-inch pipe job that you're installing down the road or in another town. They're all 2-inch installations. So they're of common installation for a common pipe. So it makes perfect sense to aggregate those and divide, especially after bringing them all up using an industry known and well-established Handy-Whitman index to bring all of those costs up to current costs. So we have all of those jobs strictly for that same diameter pipe installed with current vintage pricing. That's why we do what we do with those.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Blank.
Let's start with page 6 of your rebuttal testimony. Table 1.
We're getting there. One moment, please. I have page 6.
All right. So what I wanted to focus on for a short while are the intercept estimates. And so those are found in column B of table 1, correct?
I don't see table one, sir. Oh, on page 6. I'm sorry.
Yeah, sorry.
I'm not
page
there yet.
6
There.
of the-
Okay, now I have it. Thank you.
Yes. So these are your intercept estimates.
That's correct. Yeah.
So I want to spend some time, you already mentioned OCC 380, the source of those estimates. So turn with me to attachment 2 of OCC 380.
I have that.
And I believe page 1 of that attachment is a copy of, well, the numbers at least are a copy of, a mirror image of your table 1 in the testimony, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you. And if you turn to page 3 of that attachment,
I have that.
does page 3 provide the regression model that you estimated, including all the relative statistics, which is the source of your intercept estimate for plastic mains?
That's correct. The plastic mains excluding the 5-inch outlier, which we discussed earlier, and you'll see in the middle of that summary output a line labeled intercept and the coefficient of 4.732. That's the intercept.
Okay, thank you. And then on page 5 of that attachment, is this the regression model that you estimated along with all the relevant statistics, which is the source for your intercept for the steel mains?
Yes,
And again, we would find the $27.69 plus cents as the intercept estimate.
that is correct.
Okay, thank you. And then on page 6, is this where we find the regression model that you estimated for cast iron mains?
Yes, it is.
Okay, thank you. And then turning briefly back to your testimony on page 8.
Thank you. I have that.
Okay, page 8, lines 14 through 16. There's a statement here. Let me just paraphrase. Concentric considered several data points, not just a single statistical measure such as p-value. And feel free to add anything to my paraphrasing.
No, I see that. I agree.
Yes. And so what is the p-value? Or do you have a statistical definition for p-value?
I do, and I will preface this by saying I'm not the greatest statistician in the world. Okay, the portion of the testimony in which you referenced, what I typically do is, like, I hope any good analyst would go back and look at like the results you had in the last case and make sure that you're getting fairly consistent results, and also use tests that you're familiar with and that have been relied on in the past, such as the R-squared. So I relied heavily on those two type of tests. I do have a definition of p-value, and it's going to send you into a kind of a textbook thing here, but it's associated with the t-stat, and the t-stat is the coefficient divided by the standard error. The number tells us if a given variable is significant in the model. In this example, we see that the p-value for the diameter is 0.000679. This indicates that the diameter is a significant predictor of unit cost.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that last part? You mentioned a number.
0.000679 is the p-value.
And where are you finding that?
You should see that on OCC 380. If I can get back over there. And let's go up to the first. I believe I was using the plastic excluding 5-inch as my kind of baseline for this. And the p-value is located for the intercept 0.9996575. And I believe this is 1 minus the p-value.
So are you on page 3 of attachment 2?
I am on page 2 of attachment 2. Oh, wait a minute. I'm sorry. Let's look at page 3. That's a better one. 000 for the diameter, 0.000679. Right, there it is.
Okay, thank you. So that would suggest that the coefficient estimate for diameter, I think you said it would be considered statistically significant, correct?
That's my understanding, yes.
And then what about the intercept term? Do you see the p-value on that?
73996.
And so do you have a statistical conclusion based on that p-value?
Not here on the stand, but I'd be happy to provide one in a late file or read-in. Again, this is where I'd have to kind of go back to my textbooks, if you will.
Yes, we would request a late file exhibit as offered by Mr. Therian.
Okay, that will be late file exhibit 89.
Is the p-value, sorry, I'll wait till you're done writing.
I just want to confirm, is it clear to Mr. Therian what's being requested and you can provide it?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Is the p-value a probability measure?
It's my understanding, yes.
So it has a value between 0 and 1, is that correct?
That's correct.
So in this example, the p-value for the intercept term is 0.73996. So that would be approximately a 74% probability, correct?
That's my understanding, correct.
Have you ever heard of the p-value being described as the probability that the outcome resulted due to random chance or something similar to that?
I have not recently read that, so I cannot confirm that.
Okay, thank you. Staying on that same page 3 of attachment 2, OCC 380, I also see some other statistics, 95% upper, 95% lower. Do you see those?
I do.
Do you have an understanding of what those statistics are describing?
No.
Okay. Okay, before we leave the p-value, just to make the record complete, on page 5, so if we turn back to page 5 of attachment 2, what is the p-value for the intercept coefficient for the steel mains that you used?
0.67488.
Okay, thank you. And I think earlier it sounded like you agreed that would be interpreted as about 67%.
Correct.
Okay. And then on page 6, for cast iron, what is the p-value for the intercept term? And it may show up as 1 on what
I think the column,
it's a rounding.
yeah, I think the column got compressed.
Subject to check, might it be 0.69486, subject to check?
I believe I have the native file. If you give me a moment, I can confirm this.
Okay, thank you.
I was able to locate it in its native file format, and the value is 0.69486.
Okay, thank you. I think earlier you mentioned T statistics,
Yes,
and T statistics are also provided on these as one of the statistics related to your regression models, correct?
correct.
And yesterday you were here yesterday when questions were asked of Mr. Nelson.
I was in the audience, yes.
And are you familiar with the purpose of the T distribution, in particular when we're dealing with small sample sizes?
Well, I believe I was following your line of questioning on small sample sizes up until that point.
Okay.
So I would confirm that sample size n equals 30 is kind of the standard minimum, and then there are statistical methodologies that can be applied to adjust for a smaller sample size.
Do you recall whether the T distribution, that is the purpose of the T distribution? Do you recall that?
Subject to check, I will
Okay.
agree with that.
And if we were to rely on the T statistics produced in relation to your regression model estimates, did you perform a t-test, what is known as a t-test, sometimes referred to as a student's t-test, using the T statistics that were produced?
I did not.
So you would have no opinion today as to whether a t-test would support a conclusion that the intercept estimate is statistically significant or different from 0?
Not specifically to your question about the T statistic. If I may, what I would say is that, as I said in my direct testimony this morning, this methodology really hasn't been challenged in some 25 years. I'm a firm believer that there's a customer component of costs of mains. So there's a customer component and a demand component. If that customer component estimate can be refined or improved, I guess I'm all for it. I'd be happy to participate in any sort of, and again, as I said in my direct, I think it'd be important for all three Connecticut LDCs to participate in it, but to the extent that we can have the best and most analytically rigorous approach to determining the customer component of mains, I think that would be an improvement.
And so it sounds like you would agree that the application of statistics and accepted statistical methods should be considered by the authority.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Let's turn to page 10, line 7 through 10 of your rebuttal testimony.
Thank you. I have that.
And here you are, it looks like you're acknowledging that if 100% of the mains were classified as demand related, there would be about a $9 million shift in allocation. Is that correct?
That quantification was made by the OCC witness. I'm merely reiterating his estimate.
Did you confirm it? I believe the answer to the question was yes.
Yes.
Okay. And then there's the last sentence there says, however, this modification does not meaningfully alter the relative rates of returns. Have you provided anything that would demonstrate that? Is there anything in the record?
We did not.
Would you be able to provide it?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Madam Chair, could we make that the next LFE?
Yes, that will be Lay File Exhibit 90.
Thank you, Mr. Therian. I'm going to pass the ball back to our attorney.
Thank you, Mr. Blank. So I have a question with respect to, it's RRU 29, attachment 1, page 19. And with that, I was reviewing that as compared to RRU 31, attachment 1, page 1. And what I'm really trying to understand, which you probably have a reasonable explanation for it, but why are the actual billed uses amounts for calendar year 2023 for rates 1, 2, and 3 different from what's on RRU 29?
Attorney Fryer, which are the two responses you're comparing?
So it's RRU 29, attachment 1, page 19. And then RRU 31, attachment 1, page 1.
Thank you.
And then when Mr. Davis gets there, if we can have the attorney just restate the question. Thank you.
Looking at exhibit RRU 29, these amounts are weather normalized, while the attachment 03 RRU 031, these are based on actual non-weather normalized billed sales.
Now I'm turning to RRU 30, page 1. For the interruptible rates forecast, how long of a historical time period of recent history was reviewed?
One moment.
For the interruptible forecast, we use the latest 12 months of actuals as our forecast.
Moving on to response RRU 245.
I'm ready. I'm there. Thank you.
So this is really my interpretation of this, so correct me if I'm wrong. I'm just trying to understand it. So the way I look at it, it seems to be like that you're trying to make an apples to apples comparison between the actuals and the forecasted usage data, because the actual usage for years 2020 through 2024 was weather normalized. Is that an accurate reading, or am I just misinterpreting it?
Oh, that's correct.
Is the company aware of an industry standard that is an acceptable range for weather normalized forecasts?
We are not.
Does the company consider a weather normalized sales forecast result with a variance of -7% to -10% to be a reliable forecast?
Question, please.
Sure. Does the company consider a weather normalized sales forecast result with a variance of -7% to -10% to be a reliable forecast?
I'm sorry, can you clarify where are you seeing those figures?
Just one moment.
Sure.
It's looking at RRU 245 attachment 1, and it's the variance percentages actual versus forecast.
Can,
Sorry, you're referencing the 7.2% decline for rate 1 for 2024?
again,
We're looking at all the variance percentages through, from rate 1 through rate 3.
Can you inform us which line are you looking at, please? I'm sorry.
So it's the variance percentage actual versus forecast. And then it's really the variances that are listed in there.
We believe these variances could be driven by factors outside of weather, mainly due to price or differences in economy versus the forecast.
Economic indicators. Mhm.
Does the company perform any follow-up review and analysis when the forecasted data has a variance to weather normalized actuals that is greater than plus or minus 5%?
Typically, we do not do comparisons on weather normalized by rate, as we stated previously. We usually do variance analysis comparing sales and customers by category. So, and we do follow strictly statistical guidelines. And we also do monthly variances analysis during our normal month-end close process.
So I understand that's what you do, but
Yes.
why don't you do it in reference to my question?
Why we never have done variance analysis at a rate level between weather normalized and sales. We haven't in the past. We open an exception as you requested us to answer the questions. We offered the information, the analysis. It hasn't been our practices to do this type of variances at rate level.
Can the company, sorry, so you have a reference of where I'm going. Try to remember to keep doing this. Response to RRU 31 and RRU 232. Don't necessarily know if you have to review them for this question. It's more of a generalized question. So I'm going to ask the question, but I'll repeat it if you need to get there. Can the company explain how a variance between its forecasted sales versus actual sales impacts customers? Sure. Can the company explain how a variance between its forecasted sales versus actual sales impacts customers?
And just to ensure we provide the information the authority's looking for, is that more of a revenue decoupling focused question, or is it
Yeah.
just want to try to understand we can get you what you need?
It, yeah, I mean.
I think we're looking for the company's
Yeah.
testimony on that. So, Attorney Frye, restate, you can repeat the question, but I think we're looking for the company's testimony on.
So I think that I actually agree with the chair here because it is, I'm looking for you to explain it to me and how you perceive that to be. So if you can explain how the variance between its forecasted sales and actual sales impacts customers, I'm just looking for your answer to that.
Or maybe we could start with Mr. Davis or Ms. Parsons, if you want to start.
Attorney Fryer, I'm going to try to understand what sort of the underlying question based, my response is going to assume, I think I know what you're asking. So specifically, if it's a matter of the impact on customers due to simply a difference in what sales level are designed into rates versus their actual usage once rates are in effect. I'm not sure if that's the sort of premise of impact that you're asking about, or if it's simply that while we have a forecast of customer sales, actual sales will be what they are. If they're different, then of course revenues will be different. But on the customer impact side, it's just a matter of what their bills as a result of their usage. If I'm using sales as the proxy, could be demand or kilowatt hour or CCF. But the sales really is just a matter of actual sales billed will have an impact on customer bills that are different than perhaps what the rates are designed based on. Of course, then we have revenue decoupling, so that factors in as well. So I'm not exactly sure if that ties into the nature of your question, or if it's more of the upfront question of actual versus weather normalized and how that's treated in setting rates.
I'll move on from that. Thank you very much. I appreciate
Okay,
that.
sorry for the delay here. We were trying to sort out the question.
You do not need to apologize
Okay.
for answering the question or taking time to answer the question. Thank you. This next question, there's no particular interrogatory response or testimony. It deals with executive performance. And just curious, do any ESCO officers or executives have performance metrics related to the accuracy of the gas sales forecast?
I would just say that was a question for the Mr. Lazar who we had here yesterday, but if any panel member on rates is able to answer a question on executive incentive compensation, you can try to do that, but.
I cannot answer that. I don't know.
But if you'd like it in a late file, again, our goal is to get the authority what you need. We're happy to take a late file on it and provide it as a late file.
No, thank you. So, response to RRU 34 attachment 1 and LFE 01 exhibit YGS rates for.
Attorney Farrar, that was the response to RRU 34,
Attachment 1,
attachment 1.
and then LFE 01, exhibit YGS rates for.
Just a moment, please. Yep. And we have those?
Just curious, like, would you be able to walk me through the revisions and the responses to the current and proposed revenues and address the revisions to the proposed delivery rates?
Yes, I'll walk through it. So let me step through and compare them here. So I believe the only difference is in rate 10, small commercial and industrial. And the change to that was due to through the process of answering interrogatories, we noticed these revenues come from our Schedule E 3.5. And we noticed in that schedule, there were some rates to calculate the revenue that were transposed. So we went and corrected those, which impacted the revenue slightly. Is 26.
Did the company provide a detailed rates exhibit that reflects the 5.075 revenue reduction provided in late file exhibit 1?
I believe we did file an update to Schedule E 3.5.
And do you have which date was that filed on? Was that in the May 15th filing?
That would have been in the March 15th, I believe was the date. Just confirm the date was March 28th for that filing.
Just bear with me for a moment. So if you can point me to where this information is in the record, or if not, if you can file late files exhibit, but I'm looking for the revenue schedules E 3.4 and E 3.5 that reflect the April 28th and May 15th revenue requirement changes.
So with the revenue requirement changes, we did not run through a new rate design. So that would not have impacted those schedules. So when they got the new incremental revenue that was required, we did not flow that through our schedules to update the rates.
Could we get a late file exhibit to that effect?
Yes.
Thank you.
Late file exhibit 91.
And just to be clear, that's an update to E 3.4 and E 3.5, and just to confirm the witnesses can provide it? Yes. Thank you.
Yes.
Next, looking at the rates panel rebuttal testimony at page 21, lines 16 through 18.
Have that?
In the testimony, you recommend that any future investigation into fixed charges should be a generic docket. Just wondering if you could provide me with like more specifics of like the other topic areas that belong in such a docket, in your view?
I think it somewhat ties into the earlier discussion regarding the allocation methodologies. So I do believe it would tie into the type and methodology in an allocated cost study that informs the customer versus demand related costs.
Moving on to RRU 37, page 1.
Okay, we have that.
Looking at the bottom paragraph, and it's toward the bottom of that paragraph. The company mentions continuity between current and proposed rates. Just curious as to what you mean by continuity.
This would be on page 1.
Yes.
Okay.
Last paragraph on the page, towards the bottom of that paragraph.
Read it. Quick second, I just want to reread it.
Sure.
I see it as really kind of two elements. One is for each type of charge, how that charge moves from current to proposed, and then the effect of that charge or the set of charges. So if you have a demand type charge or a volumetric type charge or a customer type charge, there would be some path between current and proposed for each of those, which individually would also have an impact on bills, but also collectively would as well. And it kind of also rolls up a little bit to the class level as well.
And moving to response to RRU 227.
I have that.
The way I'm reading that is that any LiDAR revenue adjustment through the RAM would not flow through the company's billing system. Is that correct?
Specifically within a RAM mechanism.
Right.
And just, just if it helps, the RAM here, just to be clear, that's the revenue decoupling mechanism. And it's defined as the RAM here, just to make that clear. Okay.
And follow-up question to that is that if the revenue adjustment due to the LiDAR discount was required to be included as part of the company's annual RAM filing, the LiDAR adjustment would have to be cared for via manual adjustment? Does that make sense, or is there, or how would you answer that?
No, I hadn't thought of it that way. I'm thinking more in the mechanics of it, the steps here, but also the nature. The discount that would apply under the LiDAR is effectively sequentially when a bill is generated and all the various rates are applied for a given customer. It's after that point. So we provided gas service. We've metered and, measured the customer's billing determinants for that month, and we've calculated the bill for the various components. It's after that point sequentially where a discount amount would be calculated. So it's effectively just a discount on revenue per se.
And I think we have Mr. Shelnitz, who's at the microphone and may want to add something. Mr. Shelnitz?
Yes, I was just going to say that the way the LiDAR would be recovered in Connecticut, for Yankee Gas, as opposed to maybe other LDCs in Connecticut, is the gross revenues are not impacted. So anything that would go through a revenue adjustment mechanism would not be impacted by the LiDAR. Our billing system calculates the discount that would apply to the bill, even though the bill is presented at a gross level. And then that is reflected as an expense that we would then include for recovery as part of the EAC, the Energy Assistance Costs mechanism, if it's approved.
I understand how it's being proposed and how it would work. I'm just asking if you were required the LiDAR discount to be included as part of the company's annual RAM filing, how would that be done? Would that have to be a manual adjustment or not?
Adjustment if that was the way we were required to do it. It would not be our recommended approach at all.
Understood.
Because the revenue adjustment mechanism should just be for the allowed revenue target. So we would have to adjust the allowed revenue target every year for the amount of LiDAR, and then include that as a manual adjustment in the revenue adjustment mechanism.
Thank you.
Attorney Fryer, I wanted to add, the explanation we just heard sounds sort of conceptually simple, but I fear there's many complications underlying that, what that adjustment might entail, and particularly with the rate-making treatment, recognizing the revenue decoupling. A RAM mechanism is designed around distribution rates and revenues. And the separate expense that Mr. Shelnitz identified is really of a different nature. And it's just one of those concerns as we were trying to understand, to your the premise of your question that should it be required? Well, what does that translate to? What would those requirements need? And my concern continues to be that there may be more complications to that we answered the question conceptually and it seems straightforward, but and I think it's expressed somewhat in our other data responses that there are a number of concerns. I guess that translate to should it be required has some implications that continue to be a concern of mine anyway.
Understood. I just
Yeah.
wanted, the
I
intent
know,
of the question was just that.
Fair
Wasn't
enough.
anything more. Thank you. And this last question, I believe was asked yesterday, but referred to this panel, if I remember correctly. And I was wondering if you can explain why the company increased the Conservation Adjustment Mechanism, or CAM, revenue from 17,877,000 in Yankee's initial application to 20,846,000 in Schedule C 3.28 of Late File Exhibit 1, SP 01. And I obviously will read that question again and give you the exhibits if you need them.
No, I'm all set, thank you. So similar to what was mentioned in TRP Reads 4, there was a self-identified error that we corrected. So we noticed that some of the linking between our Excel spreadsheets were incorrect, picking up the CAM revenue, so we weren't covering all of it. So that was just to make sure that we put all the CAM, it was all accounted for, and now ties to our sales and revenue reports.
I would like to request a late file exhibit if you can provide the most recent CAM filing.
Certainly.
Thank you.
It'll be late file exhibit 92.
And I am all set with questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let's transition into Cross from the OCC, please.
Good morning, Tom Wheel from the Office of the Consumer Counsel. We have Cross from Alex Wong, our staff economist, and this is his first Cross ever on the Bureau of Records today. Take it away, Alex.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
I just have some questions about the company's zero-intercept model for mains classification. So I'm looking at QOCC 380 attachment 2. I'm looking at tab HWI 2023.
1 minute, please. 1 minute, please. Thank you. 380. Attachment 2, and what page, please?
I'm looking at the HWI 2023 tab. The Handy Whitman.
Yes, I need to pull up the native document. Give me a second, please. Oh, I have it. Okay. Okay, I have that. Thank you.
Okay. Can you explain the company's reasoning behind the formula used for the 2024 costs in row 123? Like the 25, 50, 25 weighting?
So for the 2024 current, we used the most recent information that we had from Handy Whitman, which includes quarterly data. For January 23, July 23, and semi-annual data for January 23, July 23, and January 24. So we weighted them appropriately in this formula. So you'll see that January 2023 index is weighted 25%. July 23 is weighted 50%, and January 24 is weighted 25%.
You know if that's like a standard way of doing it rather than just using the 2023 numbers?
One moment, please. Well, my understanding is that Handy Whitman just recently switched to a semi-annual reporting. It's an attempt to appropriately weight these semi-annual reportings in this transition period.
Okay. Now I'm looking at the tab main 2023, the next one.
I have that.
Can you explain for me the formula for obtaining the HWI 2023 cost for each mains record? Those are in column T. Just the rationale behind the formula.
I just missed the last column reference. You said
T.
T is in Tom?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. Update here. You know, I do this all the time and I take it for granted what's in the formula. I can tell you what the intent is. The intent is to bring it up to 2023 costs. It relies on the installation, the number of years since installation. So it's a vintaging in column R. And then the Handy Whitman index goes ahead and looks up what that inflation index is. And then that index is then applied to the activity cost in column P. If you want a more detailed explanation than that, I'd be happy to write it out for you in a late file. That's essentially what it's doing. It's bringing it up to current cost.
Okay. All right, can we get that in a late filed?
I believe that will be late file exhibit 93. But Mr. Wong, could you please summarize the prompt for the late file?
An explanation of the formula for getting the HWI 2023 costs, which appear to be used for the zero intercept method. That's found in column T of main 2023 in OCC 380 attachment 2. Would you agree that the zero intercept methodology requires extrapolation from your regression model outside of your data inputs?
Well, by virtue of the fact that the ultimate goal is to intercept the y-axis at 0, yes.
Okay, thank you. Would you agree with the general idea in regression that it's dangerous to extrapolate beyond the scope of a model, as in making predictions for values that are outside of the range of the data you use to make the estimate? Just
No,
like,
I would not
no?
agree with that.
Okay.
And I don't really understand respectfully, your phrase dangerous. Does it introduce a variability? Yes, it does. I don't think there's any danger in extrapolating towards a zero intercept. It's a zero intercept methodology is used for more than just what we use it here in this particular proceeding. It's used for several different applications. So it's a known technique, if you will.
Okay. Um, um, did you provide any academic citations to support the general methodology for your zero intercept regression?
Nothing more than reference to the NARUC manual.
Is it correct that the NARUC manual, as it pertains to the zero intercept method, that focuses on electricity, correct? In terms of
No, it
goes into detail?
It doesn't. It focuses, there is a gas NARUC manual specific to gas, if I recall correctly. Happy to file it.
And that spoke to like the methodology of the zero intercept method?
Yes.
Okay.
It speaks to the methodology for methodologies plural for determining the customer component of mains.
Okay.
Just to clarify, does OCC want that as a late file? There was a proffer by the witness to offer it.
Yes, please.
Attorney Pace, do you have that as late file exhibit 94 or 95? I think I've got my numbering a little messed up here.
If the request is granted, I would have as a late file 94.
Okay, thank you. Yes, late file exhibit 94. Thank you. Mr. Therian, can you repeat your proffer? It was a copy of the NARUC manual. Is that what you're offering?
Yeah. The gas NARUC manual. And I'd be happy to point to the page or pages that discuss customer component of mains.
Thank you.
What estimation method did you use for the zero intercept regression? Like, for example, ordinary least squares, is that what was used?
Squares is the standard. I believe ordinary least squares is the standard methodology that the Microsoft Excel program uses, and that's what we used.
Does an ordinary least squares regression, to your knowledge, fundamentally rely on any assumptions about the underlying data to ensure proper estimation of the model?
Respectfully, that's a really vague question. I don't know how to answer it.
Sure. Are you familiar with the idea of heteroscedasticity?
Heteroscedasticity?
Yes.
I am familiar with the concept of heteroscedasticity. I'll go back to my testimony this morning with, and at the risk of perhaps cutting you off.
No problem.
Back to staff this morning. I filed what I filed. It's kind of standard output from the Microsoft Excel. I analyzed what has traditionally been analyzed as part of this process, this special study that has been filed over the years, which predominantly relied on the adjusted R squared. So I did not go into detailed statistical analysis such as heteroscedasticity, which is my understanding is one of several statistical tests that has to do with the validity of the data and whether or not there are, like, I'll call it false positives.
Would you characterize that as a test as opposed to like an underlying assumption of an OLS regression? Sorry, an ordinary least squares regression.
I'm not a statistician by trade, so I'm really not in a position to answer that with authority.
Okay. Are you familiar with the idea of the linearity of the model being an underlying assumption of the regression? Just the general principle.
Well, it's not a multivariable regression analysis. It's a single variable regression analysis. It's a linear equation.
Okay. Are you suggesting that being a single variable analysis intrinsically means that it's linear?
This was a linear equation run in Microsoft Excel.
Okay, so the assumption is that this data is linear, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Can you explain why that assumption is being made? That this would be a linear relationship?
Well, I think fundamentally, and you know, again, I think you can go back to the NARUC manual where it talks about it. You know, you're talking about a very simple process of installing pipe. And a zero intercept says we need these fundamental costs before you lay any sort of size pipe. And then as the size of the pipe increases, the cost to install that pipe increases on a linear basis. So it's based essentially on utility construction.
Okay. Have you graphed the raw data from the mains 2023 tab of the OCC 380 attachment 2, just to get a visual of what the data looks like?
I just quickly looked and I didn't present one. I cannot confirm whether I did or didn't. So that mains 2023 tab is the raw data. So I would have, and I testified to this morning, I would have looked at it to see if there was any outliers. So, I mean, I very well could have done a quick, you know, Microsoft graph or something to look at it, but I didn't save it or anything like that. So my interrogation of that data was primarily to identify potential outliers.
Okay. Was there any sort of evaluation of that raw data to gauge whether it was actually a linear relationship?
Not specifically.
Okay. That's that for a late filed. Could I ask for a late filed exhibit? Graph of the raw mains data from Maine 2023.
Can I ask the witness, is that something that could be generated by our consultant?
I believe so. And I only say that because it's a lot of records. Sometimes Microsoft doesn't like that. But let's just assume I can get that done.
Thank you.
It may not be in Excel, it may be in a different program, but I can plot that for you.
That's fine.
And for the record, Chairman, that's the same reference. It's OCC 380 attachment to Maine 2023 tab for that.
Thank you. So that's late file exhibit 94. Wait.
Chairman, just to clarify, I put down 94 as having the NARUC manual for Mr. Theory, and I just want to confirm. I just want to make sure I have it correctly in my notes, and I apologize for that. If this would be 95, that we'd be offering to Mr. Wang.
Chair, that's also what I have as well.
I'm sorry, I got turned around here somewhere. Oh, I see, 92, 93, 94. Yes, 95. Apologies.
I know you don't have it on you, but considering this is stepwise data with unique types of pipes, does it generally sound accurate to say that if this were graphed, it would be like points stacked on top of each other for each diameter of pipe? Like tall stacks of points capturing the variance of all the costs?
Let me see if I can answer that maybe a little differently, and I'm not entirely sure I'm going to go to the crux of your question, but let me try it. If we were to isolate one size of Maine and do a graph on the costs, would there be multiple observations for one cost? So for instance, $2, 2-inch Maine, would there be multiple observations for $35? It's possible.
Would you agree that the company uses diameter as the only proxy for demand on the system in the context of this zero-intercept model?
Yes.
So I know you mentioned this before, so pressure isn't factored into this regression in any way, correct?
Not in the regression, that's correct. That's a design requirement made well before it ever gets to the point of construction. So during the design of the work, the engineer will determine what size pipe and other appurtenances are necessary to complete the job. That creates a work order. The work order requires a trench to reach a customer, and the pipe is installed.
Okay. Hypothetically, if there were two mains that had like pressure of 1 PSI and 2 PSI and all else equal, would you agree that the main with 2 PSI represents significantly more demand than the other, maybe around twice the demand?
Yes, but that's not the purpose of the study. Purpose of the study is to take the entirety of the cost of mains and determine what portion is customer related, and then the remainder is demand related. Then once you have that remainder, that's when things such as pressure and things like that, so I guess could go into the class contribution of peak day, which is used to allocate the demand amongst the classes, but it has nothing to do with this particular study.
So the main with 2 PSI would represent significantly more demand though, correct?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the last part of your sentence, sir.
So the main with 2 PSI would represent like twice as much demand though, correct?
You know, I'm not an engineer, but to me, a 2-inch high-density plastic main is a 2-inch high-density plastic main that has an MAOP, which is a maximum allowed operating pressure. It has operating characteristics, and it can carry, low pressure, it can carry medium pressure, it can carry high pressure if it's a high-density pipe. So it depends.
All else equal, would it be the same cost to construct a pipe designed to operate at 1 PSI compared to a pipe designed to operate at a higher PSI?
Assuming it's the same diameter and the same type, yes.
Do the 9,000-ish, 9,657 rows of gas main records represent the actual cost data that's underlying this method? Just the data in Main 2023?
This is, I believe so. This is the data provided to me from the company from their fixed asset system for account 376.
And the company
376.
The company aggregated those rows into around 38 average cost data points across the 3 regressions. Is that correct?
No, Concentric took the raw data and then completed the remainder of this special study. So essentially, everything else in the spreadsheet is a function of the special study which Concentric prepared, consistent with past special studies for zero intercept. So the mains 2023 tab represents the raw data in which the company provided us, Concentric, to perform this study.
Okay, I'm just trying to draw the connection here. Are you saying that the data used in these regressions are not aggregations of the raw data from the main 2023 tab?
Maybe I misunderstood you. No,
Yeah,
that's
sorry.
exactly what it is. It's aggregations of that data. Yeah, I'm drawing the line, the demarcation line between what the company provided and then what the consulting services I provided.
Okay, sorry, maybe that wasn't clear. So the 9,600 records of raw data were ultimately reflected in these regressions through those 38 aggregate data points, right?
With the exception of the 2 outliers that were discussed this morning, correct?
Okay. Can you briefly explain again the reasoning behind using aggregated averages instead of this direct data in your regression analysis?
Consistency with prior methodology.
Can you explain the reasoning from the prior methodology, if there was any?
That's more than 25 years ago. And again, I believe that's a consistent methodology, which what you would read in the 1989 version of the gas NARUC manual, in which I'm going to provide you.
Okay, so that was the sole reasoning behind the aggregation first?
That's correct.
Okay. So I'm looking at the rebuttal testimony. Page 9, line 12.
One moment, please, while I refresh my memory with this passage, please.
Sure.
Okay, I have that.
Okay. It's stated that unit costs are weighted by footage. I think in the context of whether this data should have been weighted based on the fact that they were aggregated. Would you agree that in the context of this regression analysis, that the footage that you describe is effectively serving as a representation of sample size?
I'm afraid I don't understand your question. And if it's a statistical question, meaning an academically statistical question, I don't feel that I'm appropriate to answer that question.
Okay. Can you explain the reasoning behind characterizing this as footage rather than a statistical aspect of the regression analysis? Because it was stated in terms of the statistical analysis, so I'm trying to understand why it's being represented as footage.
I just want to ask the witness, do we understand the question in terms of what's being asked for? Or would you like him to rephrase if he's able to?
I do not understand the question. This portion of testimony effectively reiterates what OCC witness Nelson puts in his testimony. And it's our attempt to unravel that. Because it's Mr. Nelson's claim that we are somehow misrepresenting the data by not running all of the regressions prior to averaging them by size and weight.
So I think the witness has offered his best effort to respond to what he perceives to be the question. I'm not sure if there's a different question. We'd be happy to entertain a different question.
Sure, I can rephrase. So in response to Mr. Nelson's testimony regarding weighting the aggregated data, the rebuttal testimony frames this as the relative costs and the footage are already weighted in that regard. So seeing as Mr. Nelson was speaking out about this in terms of statistical methodology, what's the reasoning behind contradicting this and characterizing this as footage which is already weighted in that regard? Because
the zero intercept regressions are linear regressions, which rely on a single point for each size main.
I'm sorry, I'm not sure if I'm seeing the connection.
I would just add that the witness is making an effort to respond. It doesn't have to express agreement with the questions. If there's maybe another topic we can move on to.
Sure.
I know it's been asked multiple times and he's made a good faith effort to respond. We want to be helpful, but there's not a requirement to agree with the questions being offered or the way it's being phrased.
Okay, so I'll treat that as an objection. Does OCC want to withdraw or?
Well, we're happy to just take the witness's lack of understanding of the question as the testimony.
We object to the characterization as a lack of understanding. If he wants to offer a question, he's welcome to do that, but that was just simply an attorney's characterization of the testimony, which is not phrased in the form of a question. So I'll object to the characterization.
I'll retract the characterization and just say we're happy with the response and we'll take that for the weight that it provides.
Okay, thank you. Then, Mr. Wong, we can move to the next question.
Okay, so if it's unclear whether this data can be characterized as sample size, could you characterize the raw data from Maine 2023 as number of observations? Is that a fair characterization?
They're not the number of observations used in the regression equation, no. The number of observations used in the regression equation are the aggregated unit cost, the average unit cost for each size of pipe.
Right. Would you characterize this as the number of observations in regards to the actual raw data that underlies these regressions?
Yes.
Okay. Would you agree that in regression analysis, the number of observations at a data point can affect how the model makes estimates?
I believe I've answered that this morning, yes. Confirm that.
Okay, so would you also agree that simply assigning each data point a unique category doesn't eliminate the influence of that sample size? For example, if a segment of pipe at a given price, like $10 a foot or something like that, it should not have the same effect on the regression as 1,000 of those pipes at $10.
No, I don't agree with that.
Okay, to clarify, you're saying that a single point used in the regression would have the same impact on the regression as like 1,000 of those points?
It's effectively what it does. It takes all the raw data, and let's just hypothetically use some numbers here. 2-inch is a very common size main, so there's more observations of 2-inch main. And then there's 4-inch main, probably a next level quantity of main. And then as you get up to 8-inch main, there are fewer observations, fewer jobs. But at the end of the day, we have a reasonable sample size for each of these individual size mains to be able to say that's a unit cost in today's dollars using the Handy-Whitman index for 2-inch, 4-inch, 6-inch, 8-inch, 10-inch, 12-inch. We're going to regress that line back, find the point in the y-axis in which it intercepts. That is our intercept, and that is going to be our cost of a zero intercept or a zero diameter main for purposes of this study. And the purpose of this study, again, is to estimate the quantity of dollars that are attributable to serving customers from this main. while the residual is attributable to demand. The theory behind that is really quite simple. Why do you assign any of this customer cost of mains to any of these costs of mains to customers? Because without customers, you don't have a system. You may recall last week, I think it was last week, we testified in the United Illuminating case. There was a different methodology used, but the premise was the same, that there's a minimum system out there in which customers need the ability to be served. And that's what the customer of component of mains does. This zero intercept study is one methodology to quantify that amount. It's been used by multiple utilities and endorsed by NARUC for decades. If there's a better way to do it, if there's a statistically better way to do it, I'm certainly open to investigating that. But the point here is that this is the methodology that's been used, approved, and really just validated in Connecticut for 25 to 30 years. And that's the methodology we use. I'm pleased with the regression results from the standpoint of the adjusted R squared. I think that the data provided by the company is very good data. For me to only find 2 outliers is fantastic. So I have high confidence in the results of the study.
Okay. Can I just try to distill the answer to just a basic yes or no regarding the statistical validity? So would a single pipe at a given price point have the same impact as 1,000 of those pipes at that price point on the regression?
Before the witness responds, can I just take a moment to confer? The company may have an additional witness who's available to add to the conversation that's going on.
Okay, a witness previously identified or
Miss Julia Day.
I'm sorry, who?
Julia Day.
Okay, take a moment.
Sure, no problem. Sorry, I'm sure you can tell I'm new here too.
I'm
So
sorry,
I-
Miss Day, one moment. I'm just checking my records to make, have you been sworn?
Yes.
Okay, if you could give me 1 second, please. Okay, thank you. So Ms. Day is going to answer the question.
I believe she has something to add to the previous question.
Okay, all right, Ms. Day.
I believe there was some discussion earlier about the pressures within pipe and how that was related to demand. I think there was one question in particular about for a given diameter of pipe, whether 1 PSI versus 2 PSI would then be indicative of an increased demand. And in short, the answer is no. There's a lot that goes into how we determine the appropriate pressure designation for a pipe. And so I just wanted to add that bit of information in case it's helpful.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Wong, do you want to restate your last question or the most recent question? Sorry,
Recent question.
repeat it.
Yeah, I just wanted some clarification from Mr. Therian. So are you saying that a single pipe or segment of pipe at a given price point has the same effect on the regression as 1,000 of those pipes at that same price point?
I can't say whether one particular point out of the points in the regression has equal weighting or more important weighting than the other. I think that's something that would have to be solved through testing. By including in and excluding a data point, and running the regression, things like that.
Okay. Can you speak to it just in terms of theoretical statistics?
No.
No. Okay. So returning to the rebuttal, page 9, line 11.
I have that.
Okay. So it characterizes the observations as properly weighted because the costs are calculated on a per unit basis. Can you make that statement with confidence if you are unsure about the effect of sample size as in regards to the 1 versus 1,000?
Again, I would have to run the regressions with or without a particular data observation in order to answer that question.
So without that knowledge, would you say it's accurate to say that these are properly weighted if these tests or this research haven't been done?
Well, properly weighted in the sense that each one of the diameters has one observation in the regression equation. That's what that statement's intended to represent.
The context of the weighting was in regards to the fact that these points were representing varying amounts of data. Is that correct?
I don't know where I didn't write that. That's not here.
You didn't write the rebuttal or?
No, I wrote the rebuttal, but I didn't write the statement that you just made. I don't think that anybody on the panel has made a statement like that.
I'm just speaking about
it may be what Mr. Nelson wrote, but.
Right. He said that it was improperly weighted because these were aggregates, and the response was that they were properly weighted.
That's accurate. That's an accurate read of the testimony.
Okay, so in that context, is it accurate to say that they're properly weighted if these tests or this statistical research hasn't been done about whether 1,000 pipes are the same as one pipe at a given price point?
Respectfully, I think I've answered this question already.
Was that a yes or a no in regards to whether that is a statement that can be made.
I think my testimony speaks for itself.
Okay. I'll move on. So just to confirm, were the sample sizes underlying these aggregate points for each diameter category factored into the regression in any way?
Can you please repeat that?
Were the sample sizes that underlie those averages, the average points, were those sample sizes factored into the regression analysis in any form?
Well, only to the extent that they contributed to the average unit cost for each of the individual diameters.
Okay. So no differentiation was made between those aggregate points based on the fact that they had significantly different underlying sample sizes. Is that correct?
That's correct. Like I said, or testified to a minute ago, there may have been more 2-inch pipe observations than 4-inch pipe observations, but in the final regression analysis, the 2-inch pipe observation had one observation in the regression, and the 4-inch pipe had one observation in the regression analysis.
Okay. Would you be able to cite any sources or accepted statistical practices that support the idea of ignoring these sample sizes when using aggregated averages with differing underlying observation counts?
I did not conduct that level of statistical research in conducting this special study, so no.
Since it's an intrinsic part of the validity of this regression, do you think you'd be able to produce such a source to support your methodology?
Well, I'm going to point you back to the NARUC manual and precedent, but if I'd be happy to do some research for you, sir, if that's what you want. And I don't want to be obstructionist here. I mean, I certainly want to help provide whatever you need.
Sure.
Just understand my limitations about, what I do versus what I don't do. And I'm not purporting to be a statistical expert.
I can just respond to I think we're satisfied, as I understand the testimony, the witness didn't rely on any other source other than the NARUC manual and precedent in determining the study. So you'd have to do, as I understand it, the witness would have to perform additional research that wasn't performed in the analysis that's presented here. And if my understanding of the testimony is correct, then we don't need to request any additional research.
Yeah, that would be the case. I would have to just start researching.
Okay.
Thank you. So confirm no additional late file. Thank you.
Are you familiar with weighted least squares, which is an adjustment of the ordinary least squares that Excel used by default, which simply accounts for the number of observations or the variance at each data point?
No.
Okay. So do you have any statistical justification for using the ordinary least squares default option over weighted least squares?
Department precedent for the study.
Is there any statistical justification for using ordinary least squares instead of weighted least squares?
I'm not qualified to answer the question.
Okay. Would you agree that statistically insignificant zero-intercept regression results should not be used for classifying hundreds of millions of dollars of mains.
Can the witness point, I mean, can the cross-examiner point to where in the record he's referring to, just to prompt the witness? Is there a particular line in the testimony that you want to call the witness's attention to, or a data response?
No.
Okay. Is the question clear to the witness, or do you need to have it restated?
Well, perhaps I can offer this. If we were to perform this analysis as we have done in the past and have done for the 3 Connecticut LDCs, and the results of the analysis provided in my, I guess I'll say, layman's review of the statistical analysis, meaning the R-squared value, really poor results, I wouldn't use them. There are sufficient guidelines for a cost of service analyst to rely on to determine whether the equations are any good. And as you can see in our testimony, we provided the results of these adjusted R-squares, and they were quite good, even for cast iron, which, you know, is the older the vintage, and, you know, that type of thing introduces, you know, kind of some challenges. But
To clarify, are you saying that if the R-squared were insufficient, you would reconsider, or does that apply to statistical significance also?
I think I would probably start with the R-squared.
Is it limited to R-squared?
I think that would be step 1. That would lead me down a path of trying to figure out, is there a better way to go about this analysis? I have not had to go past that step, so I'm not going to speculate what the next steps would be. But to the core of your question, if I ran these regressions and the R-squareds were just horrible, and I had a lot of outliers, and I felt like the data was not sufficiently was not good enough to run this study, then I would probably use an alternative method called the minimum system method.
So if the R-squareds were relatively high and the p-values were high,
Significant, yeah.
well, statistically insignificant if the p-values are high, would you consider that to be valid data to drive cost
I'm not
classification?
going to speculate. And I have the models that I filed in front of you and the ones that we selected for the study, and we think that they're statistically valid and that they can be used, in fact, for the results of the study.
Okay. So to reiterate, the p-values for the final intercept coefficients from your analysis, those were all in the range of 0.67 to 0.74. Is that correct?
Subject to check from this morning's cross-examination, I'll agree with that.
Okay. Would you agree that a p-value of 0.05 or lower, sometimes 0.01 or 0.001, are the generally accepted thresholds for statistical significance in studies like this?
I don't have that off the top of my head. I'm sorry.
Okay. Do you have a general threshold for statistical significance when it comes to this p-value that you abide by?
I don't have that with me. I don't have that available.
Okay.
I mean, if it's helpful to the commission, I'd be happy to provide a narrative as to kind of how we scrutinize the results of the models when they come out.
Is the OCC requesting a late file to that effect?
No, that's okay. Can you share your interpretation of the 95% confidence intervals for your analysis? Those are the by default outputs on the.
Right, and as I testified this morning, we didn't specifically look at those.
Okay. Do you not have a interpretation of what the numbers are saying?
Not right now, no, without looking at it, and
Okay.
studying it.
I'm just gonna look at one of them as an example. Say for I'm looking at the cast iron regression. The output shows for your intercept value.
And can we just identify where in the record, just to make sure that the witness has an opportunity?
Sure. The 95% confidence intervals for cast iron, it's on the CI tab of OCC 380 attachment 2. They are on, right now, they're on row 38. Columns JK.
I have that.
Okay. So the 95% confidence intervals for your intercept value, which you got a value of 22.15. They're -100 for the lower and 144.4 roughly. Is that accurate?
That's what the output indicates on this Excel sheet, correct?
Okay. Based on your understanding of the p-value and these intervals, is it accurate to say that at 95% confidence, the actual value of the intercept is simply some value between -100 and 144 rather than precisely 22.15?
I just previously testified that this is data that I did not analyze. So now you're asking me to analyze it here on the stand? So if that's the case, I'd prefer to make sure that I have a better understanding of how I respond to you rather than give you an inaccurate answer. So I'd be happy to provide you a late file interpretation of that if you'd like.
Okay. Could could I get a late filed exhibit? Just with an interpretation of the p-values and the 95% confidence intervals for your intercept results for plastic, steel, and cast iron.
So we can provide that as late file 96, Chairman. That's what I have. The other comment I just want to make just in terms of the cross-examination, so that Mr. Therian has identified throughout the course of this morning the methodology he did use. If there remain additional questions about methodologies he did not use, I just want to inquire if OCC wants to continue down that line of inquiry, or if they want us to do additional analysis not in the record. Maybe the more expedient way would be just to identify what additional analysis they're looking for, and we could respond through a late file if appropriate. So I just wanted to make that offer if that's helpful to the cross-examination. Thank you.
Thank you. So I will mark that as late file exhibit 96 and leave the OCC to consider that proffer.
Thank you. I'll keep that in mind.
I'm sorry. I think I heard two different Maybe I didn't hear the full question accurately.
Mhm.
Because I thought I heard you say p-value when in fact you were talking about confidence intervals. Could you please just restate the request? I'd be happy to give it to you.
An interpretation of the p-values and 95% confidence intervals.
Okay, so both of them. Okay,
Yes, please.
okay, thank you.
The reference, are we still on OCC 380 attachment 2?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Karen, I'm just looking at the time. Mr. Wong's about to go into a slightly different subject, so I don't know if this would be an appropriate time for a lunch break.
We can do that pending, how much, do you have more than 15 minutes?
It looks like it, yes.
Okay. Then yes, we can take our lunch break and reconvene at 1 p.m.
Oh, no. I don't think I've heard you say it. No, I'm not.
Good afternoon, please be seated.
The authority wouldn't mind giving us just a minute while Mr. Wong and Attorney Wheel return.
Of course. Okay, maybe we can do a schedule check just while we're waiting for Attorney Wheel. I don't want to put OCC on the spot. Do you have an estimate for the remainder of your cross here?
Maybe 45 minutes,
Thank you.
rough estimate.
Sure. Then we'll proceed into the capital planning and additions panel. The capital planning and additions panel from OCC is your witness here today. Does he have
He is, yes.
does he have scheduling concerns?
He can come back tomorrow.
Okay,
Yes, he can come back tomorrow. He does need to leave approximately mid-afternoon tomorrow.
got it. Okay, I think that answers that question. And then, just while I'm on it, if the OCC wouldn't mind, I think I may have made a clerical error when, I did the agenda. If it's okay with the OCC, the authority staff would prefer to cross first for the company's capital planning. So.
Yeah, that's fine. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we're all set on that. Before we resume cross, is there anything from the company?
Nothing further. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Then if we can resume cross, please.
I'm looking at the rebuttal testimony, page 8, line 16. Page 8, line 16. All set?
Excuse me. Yes, all set. Thank you.
Okay. It says that the company considered several data points to determine the reasonableness of the regression, not just a single statistical measure such as p-value. And looks like the primarily citing to the R-squared value. Sorry if this is repeating. Can you explain your interpretation of the R-squared value?
Sure. The closer to one, the better the analysis, the better the goodness of the fit.
The better the fit?
Yes.
Okay. Would you agree that the R-squared value and the p-value are representing distinct regression outputs then?
Distinct,
different meanings?
Different meanings from the same regression equation. Correct.
To your knowledge, is there an output, whether it's the R-squared or any other output from your analysis that contradicts what the p-value is saying about the statistical significance of your results?
Not to my knowledge.
What's your understanding of how small sample sizes, in this case, in terms of the number of aggregate points in your regressions, influence your R-squared reliability?
Well, there was some discussion about that this morning, about what would be considered a statistically acceptable minimum sample size, and I testified that n equals 30 without some adjustment factors made to it. So I would reiterate that answer.
Okay. Would you agree that relying on the R-squared is a flawed approach if these sample sizes are much lower than 30?
No.
No? Okay. Hypothetically, if we had a regression of two completely random data points, just 2 data points with no relation, would you agree that that would grant you a perfect R squared of 1?
Shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line.
Mhm.
That's what I recall.
So that would grant a perfect R squared, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Would you agree that the heteroscedasticity of your model could cause your p-values to be understated, meaning that your results are less reliable than reported?
As I testified this morning, I did not test for heteroscedasticity or that level of statistical analysis.
Okay. I'm reading from Mr. Nelson's surrebuttal on page 8, starting at line 12.
I have that.
Okay. Mr. Nelson quotes a textbook on econometrics stating the mere existence of an outlier is not a justification for dropping that observation from the sample.
Sir, I'm going to stop you there. I must have a bad reference. Surrebuttal,
Mm-hmm.
page 8.
7, I think.
Okay.
Yep.
7.
7, line 12.
Okay. Thank you. I have that reference now.
Okay, great. The mere existence of an outlier is not a justification for dropping that observation from the sample. Regression needs to be able to explain all the observations in a sample, not just the well-behaved ones. Do you agree with the text as quoted?
I think that's reasonable, and I think in the case here with the 2 outliers we talked about, we proved that it's not just an outlier, but there's actually a data error.
Mhm.
And an error is a good reason to omit a record from an analysis. So as we discussed this morning, the 5-inch coded main, which doesn't exist, is actually a 0.5-inch surface. That does not belong in this data set and should be omitted.
Right.
And I forgive me if I don't recall exactly what I said about the 14-inch pipe this morning. I've been getting a lot of information on it. So the information I have on the 14-inch steel pipe
Mhm.
is that it's likely a coding error in the fixed asset system, which is what we thought initially. And the reason why we think that is because it's not showing up in their fixed asset system. Looks like we have an engineer to support that claim.
Yes. So we went back through our fixed asset system as noted, and we were able to confirm that what was previously identified as 5-inch main was indeed a 1/2-inch service. So that is also now corrected in our system. When we did a search for any 14-inch diameter asset, we were unable to find one. And because our system contains both active and retired mains, what that indicates to me is that it was previously identified as an error and already corrected. Thank you.
Does that mean that the 14-inch mains didn't exist? I'm sorry if I'm misinterpreting.
No, No, absolutely happy to help. That is what that means, yes. There was never a 14-inch main on the system that we can identify.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Can you explain the reasoning behind not removing the 0.5-inch plastic mains from the regression if they were incomplete? Considering they were coded as, from my understanding, 5-inch, and then the 5 inches were removed instead of being changed to 0.5. Apologies if that's misinterpreting.
Well, I need to talk to what I did in the study, and then I'll turn it over to the company witness. The time I excluded it's the 5-inch main, I knew there was no such thing as a 5-inch piece of plastic main. That was my rationale for excluding it. The more and more we dug into this particular fixed asset record, the more information we were able to obtain, and that's what we're sharing with you today.
I would also just like to add that we identified it's not actually a main, it's a service, and therefore it's correct to exclude it from the main data set.
Okay. So can you confirm that that those 5-inch mains should have been reclassified as 0.5 service?
Now it's time for her to stand up.
Yes, and we can provide the records associated with that specific service if it would be helpful. So we can provide the map of when the service was installed that the technician created when he installed the service. If that would be helpful, we can provide that as a late filed exhibit.
Um,
Before we move on, that there was a proffer made to offer as a late file. Is that a no by the OCC? You don't want the information? I just want to make sure it's clear for the record. You're all set?
Yeah, we're all set.
Okay, thank you.
So can you clarify as to why that doesn't, why regarding the 5-inch mains, why that wouldn't impact the regression in terms of how that affects the 0.5-inch mains?
The ultimate regression model we went with excluded that record entirely. So it doesn't impact 0.5-inch main. It does not impact 5-inch main because there is none included in the regression.
Okay, so the 5-inch mains were in actuality 0.5-inch mains, and those were removed, but then
Charge on pan.
So a main is different from a service. So a main is connected to more than one customer address. So while this was apparently identified within a data set as a 5-inch main, we realized that was an error. It's actually a 5-inch service. And we have corrected that within our geographic information system. And because it was excluded from the main data set, that is correct. It is a service. So although it is also 1/2 inch in diameter, it's a different type of asset and therefore should not be included in an analysis on mains.
But you said 5-inch service, or was that 0.5-inch service?
It's a 0.5-inch
Okay.
service, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay. That makes sense. Thank you. Did the company, when you were identifying outliers, did you look at the raw data to find individual outliers, or was this only systemic, like categorical removal of outliers or mistakes?
Well, if I understand your question correctly, we received the raw data from the company, which is in the analysis in the Excel sheet, the tab called Mains 2023. And we did some rudimentary checks on it to see, like unit costs and, footage, and if there's any negative values or anything, that would, or if there was like anything that would make us think that something wasn't right. And then those two records, for lack of a better word, kind of, emerged as being something that didn't make sense. I mean, you can't go through all 16,000 records to make sure that they're right. I mean, you have to have some faith in your fixed asset system. So you're really looking for, as the term implies, outliers. And then you investigate the outliers to make sure that they are in fact not just, unfortunately, like a high cost job or something, but in fact, there's something wrong with the record. And in those two cases, we determined there was something wrong with them. So we excluded them.
Mhm. So it would be impractical to go through line by line. So could you just give a slightly better picture of how you looked for individual outliers? I see that looks like you were filtering for like these columns saying quantity equals 0 or amount greater than 0. Those seem like that's you filtering out for data that doesn't make sense. Was that the extent to which you were identifying individual pieces of data that were?
Those two columns in V and W are certainly test columns to make sure that for data integrity, yes.
Okay. To your knowledge, were those the only ways you were looking for data that wasn't valid?
One moment, please.
Sure.
So that's the initial screening. So then, we run the regression analysis, and who knows how many times we ran it, right? The first time you run it, probably, I don't know. I don't think anybody gets their final regression analysis the first time they run it. So I don't know. We probably saw something weird with like, I think the 14-inch pipe, right? 14-inch pipe was very strange looking regression. And I think we included it in here to show you just how weird it can be to your some of your earlier points. Like, you include a really weird record, you're going to get some really, really weird results.
So my understanding is that it was primarily things like columns V and W where you were identifying data that didn't make sense, and on a broader scale, the 14 and the 5-inch, those were coding mistakes or something of that sort, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Um, so the zero intercept cost of steel was about $243.5 million. So that's $243.5 million classified as customer costs from the steel pipe portion of this analysis, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So according to my calculation, just using the formula from the company on the summary zero intercept page per tab, if the 14-inch steel outlier wasn't removed, that number would be about 10% of what it ended up being at 25.2 million instead of 243.5 million. And that would equate to a final customer cost percentage of around 1.86% instead of 7.8%. Does that sound correct?
1 minute, please.
Of course.
Okay, so you're essentially asking me to substitute an intercept value for steel, is that correct?
Correct. With the value from before the error was corrected for the, I believe, 14-inch steel.
Do you happen to have that intercept available so I don't have to hunt around for it? I take your word for it.
Yes.
I should be able to find it here.
From the steel, it was the initial regression.
Yeah, I think it's an OCC 388 attachment or 380 attachment, so let me find it.
2.8
The louder I can hear.
8659.
2.865. Okay, I think I have what you are requesting. So could you please ask your initial question again? Thank you for your patience.
No problem. So using the summary zero intercept tab that the company used, if we used the initial intercept result with the 14-inch steel main data, then the instead of $243.5 million for steel classified as customer costs, it would be around 25.2 million. And the final customer cost percentage that you get would be 1.86% instead of 7.8%, just based on the automatic outputs from that tab. Does that sound accurate?
1 minute, please.
And while he performs that, just to clarify for the record, we're at OCC 380 attachment 2. You're on the summary zero intercept page. Okay, and you're referring to row 15 steel.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, I agree with your calculation. Thank you.
Okay. Has the company discussed anywhere the impacts of the outlier removals on the final cost classification results?
No. Only with the exception that we did have superior R squared results. I believe that we did discuss that.
Okay. Are you familiar with the general idea in statistics of robustness?
Vaguely, and I am not going to go down a path where I'm going to attempt to explain statistical theory when I'm not an expert in that field.
Sure.
And just to revisit that topic, the witness described this morning the methodology he used to generate the results. He explained he was not a statistician. He identified the processes he did not use. So to the extent there'll be more questions about statistics he did not use, I'd ask if we could consider moving on to other topics. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll try to keep it very sort of qualitatively focused. So considering how sensitive the end result of this analysis is to the removal of one outlier, which is characterized as an extremely low footage amount, what methods or any form of assurance is there that this model robustly follows cost causation, just in terms of extreme variance as a result of very, very small, small errors?
Well, I think in the case of the 14-inch steel main, it represented an additional data point in the regression model. And to your earlier point about less than 30 observations, it carried some weight in the overall regression model. And to include one record with an equal weight as other sized mains, knowing full well that it's an incorrect data record, it's perfectly logical to exclude it. So I think it is a unique situation how sensitive the regression model ended up being as a result of that. So let me give you an example. Let's say that we randomly selected 10 records out of the data set, out of the mains 281, just randomly selected 10 and zeroed them out and redid this analysis. I highly doubt that it's going to change the analysis very much at all. It just so happened that those two records that we identified, there's a reason why they bubbled up to the top and made things look weird, right? I mean, that's part of why we do what we do. We analyze the results to make sure that they're reasonable. There's a reason why those two records bubbled up to the top and we found them.
Okay. Okay. That concludes my questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
That concludes OCC's cross of this panel. Thank you.
Yeah, I congratulate the cross-examiner on his first cross. Did a great job.
Thank you, EOE. Thank you, Attorney General. CIEC. Commissioner Karen.
Hey, Madam Chair, I had a couple of questions, a couple of clarifying questions. Mr. Therian, earlier we were talking about your rebuttal on page 9,
think it was lines 10 through 14 or 18, concerning the fact that you hadn't included as a factor the footage in your analysis. So as I'm understanding this, and correct me if I'm wrong, the cost is defined by the diameter of the pipe you need and the material you're going to use, plastic, steel, cast iron.
That's the two factors. That's correct.
And so adding footage doesn't mean anything in that it takes as many feet to get to somebody's neighborhood and to all the houses in that neighborhood that want a particular service, whether it's heat or for appliances. We would have nothing to do on the unit cost other than the amount of footage it takes to get to a house, to get to a service.
Well, I mean, I think that the more jobs you have, the better indicative unit price you'll have.
Due to volume.
Due to volume.
Of the pipe, right? Okay. You had suggested providing or offering as a late file a summary of the methodology you had had. Madam Chair, I wouldn't mind having that late file provided.
Okay, think that late file exhibit 97.
And one more question. So concerning the sample, well, as I heard you say that you recognize that the reason for excluding a 5-inch plastic main is because there's no such thing as a plastic main, whether it's 14 inches, 5 inches, or half an inch. And half an inch wouldn't be a main, obviously. Is that correct?
No, the 5-inch, so in construction, gas construction, there's like, when it comes to mains, they're standard.
Right.
Okay, they're 1 inch, 2 inch, 4 inch, 6 inch, 8 inch, sometimes rarely a 10 inch, 12 inch. Then you start getting into, hey, this plastic's not going to cut anymore. You better go to steel. Okay. In fact, steel is probably 12 inch. So there's just standards that engineers use all the time for this pipe. And in my years of construction experience, I never heard of a 5-inch main. So when I saw it, it jumped off the page of me. What the heck is a 5-inch main? It just jumped off the page of me. Okay. And, we talked about how this regression analysis works. You get one observation for each diameter of main. So then I'm looking at these string of diameter sizes and I see 5-inch and I go, this doesn't make any sense. And then particularly I expect it to be somewhat in a progressive inclining cost, right? Smaller the pipe, it's a little cheaper to install than the bigger pipe, right? Don't have to dig quite as deep, everything else, right? Well, here's this 5-inch main that's got a really low unit cost. Doesn't take a rocket scientist to start saying to yourself, maybe somebody just missed a decimal on the input.
So you wouldn't have a 5-inch main because it can't carry the volume of gas it would need to get to the various neighborhoods.
The manufacturers just don't make it. I think you could Google 5-inch main and I don't know if it would show up with anything.
Okay. All right, Madam Chair, that takes care of my questions. Thank you.
I apologize. I just need to backtrack 1 second. Commissioner Karen, to the late file request, what specific methodology were you asking for?
Ms. Therian is going to have to refresh my memory, but I remember making a note that.
Sure. I offered our basic methodology for analyzing the regression outputs for the zero intercept analysis.
What he said. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, Commissioner Conti. I also didn't have any questions. Do not have any questions. Does the company need a moment to consider redirect?
I'd like to please have 5 minutes out in the hallway with my witness panel. Thank you,
Thank you.
Chairman.
We'll recess for 5 minutes.
Yeah, it's shape. I feel better now.
All right.
Thank you for the chance to consult with my panel. I do just have a very few set of questions for redirect examination. I'd like to first start with Ms. Paim. And do you recall the discussion earlier today? You received a series of questions regarding variance analysis. Do you recall that exchange? Is there anything further you'd like to provide into the record as it relates to the company's use of variance analysis?
Yes, at month end, we we prepare variance analysis by customer sector, meaning residential, commercial, and industrial. And as mentioned, not by rate in a normalization, weather normalization analysis.
My next question for redirect examination is directed to Mr. Therian. Mr. Therian, do you recall the discussion both this morning and this afternoon with the OCC panel? We received a series of questions regarding the statistical rigor that's utilized for the analysis you presented. Do you recall that exchange?
I do.
Is there anything further you'd like to add into the record as it relates to that discussion?
Well, simply that I just want to reground everybody about the importance of the customer component of mains. This is but one special study of many in the cost allocation study, but the allocation of cost of mains is a real critical, important aspect to that study. And the generic decision back in 1998 is truly instructive. And there's only 2 pages on mains, pages 8 and 9. I urge you to go back and take a look at it if you get a chance. What the department wrote then, in my opinion, holds true today. Very clearly supports a customer allocation of mains. And I would also just say if there's a better way of quantifying that, I think that we're open to discussing it. Thank you.
That completes my questions for redirect examination. Thank you.
Thank you. Then this panel is excused until the late file hearing, and we will request that the company's capital planning and additions panel approach, please. Attorney Pace, while your panel is getting situated, can I just ask a scheduling question? I wrote myself a note that said that there was somebody that has crossed for the OCC's capital panel. Is it the company? The company has crossed. for
Yes,
that
we
panel.
do.
Okay, thank
Yes,
you.
thank you.
Attorney. Okay. When the company is ready.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'd just like to highlight for the commission and all parties and interveners that we're adding to this panel, Mr. David Coco, Kevin Kelly, Garrett Murray, and Michael Dorval. Okay,
I'm sorry, I didn't catch the last one. Michael.
Dorval.
Thank you. Can you spell that, please?
Dorval.
Thank you. Okay.
Okay. To the panel members, would each of you please state your full names and positions for the record?
Kevin Kelly, President, Gas Distribution.
Thomas DeRosiers, Director of Investment Planning for the gas business.
Julia Day, Director of Gas System Engineering for Eversource Energy Services Company.
Matthew Correa, Manager of Procurement Strategy and Performance for Eversource Energy.
Sean Noonan, Vice President, IT PMO and Next Generation Delivery for Eversource Energy Service Company.
Garrett Murray, Manager, Connecticut Revenue Requirements for Eversource Energy Services Company.
We have Mr. Lee here.
Christopher Lee, Vice President, Chief Information Security Officer.
David Coco, Director of IT for Business Solutions, Eversource Energy Service Company.
Craig Dykman, Vice President of Supply Chain for Eversource Energy Service Company.
And Mr. Dorval, did you introduce yourself?
Michael Dorval, Director of Real Estate and Property Management, Eversource.
Thank you. Mr. Kelly, Mr. Murray, Ms. Day, Mr. Dykman, and Mr. Coco were previously sworn.
Very good. Thank you. If the remaining witnesses could please raise your right hand, I'll administer the oath at the conclusion of which you can affirm by saying, I do. Sorry, I just want to wait for Mr. Dorval. Okay. I swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under pains and penalties of perjury. Thank you, Attorney Tisler.
Okay. Mr. DeRosiers, as part of your preparation for this docket, did you provide pre-filed direct and rebuttal testimony and exhibits which were marked as exhibits YGS Capital 1 through YGS Capital 7 and exhibits YGS Capital Rebuttal 1 through YGS Capital Rebuttal 2?
Yes.
And for the panel, did you also sponsor responses to interrogatories submitted in this proceeding? To the panel members? I'm sorry, let me repeat the question. For the panel, did you also sponsor responses to interrogatories submitted in this proceeding?
Yes.
Yes.
I believe we have a few updates. Do you have any updates or corrections to your pre-filed testimony or interrogatory responses not previously identified for the record in interrogatory responses?
Yes. So in preparing for testifying today, I realized that we had an error in terms of what capital in the rate year included investments intended to meet the new regulations and therefore should have been included in the DIMP tracker. So within the rate year, we have approximately $2 million associated with pilot vent line relocations in our district regulators, which is one of the items that is supposed to be complete by January 1st, 2027. And then additionally, a telemetry pilot associated with some of the new requirements for backup electricity at telemetry stations. So currently in our testimony, we identify only the inside meter and regulator relocations to the outside is the only item within the rate year that's associated with the new regulations. But those other two items that I mentioned, which are currently only in our kind of reliability investments category, should also have been included in the DIMP tracker. And I apologize for the error.
Okay, and Ms. Day, did you have any updates regarding the finalization of PURA's revisions to the gas pipeline safety regulations?
Yes. So kind of as I just mentioned, we now anticipate that the regulations will become effective on January 1st, 2027. It's my understanding, and I'm not an expert in the Connecticut legislative process, but it's my understanding that they essentially got approval from the Legislative Regulation Review Committee. Maybe some minor updates need to be made, but our understanding is that's kind of a formality and that those regulations will now be effective January 1st, 2027.
Okay, and now that it's your understanding that those regulations are finalized or are imminently to be finalized, does the company expect to review and evaluate the investments that are necessary to meet those regulations in coming years?
Yes.
Okay. And if the DIMP tracker is approved, would you seek to recover the investments you just previously identified, as well as additional investments, capital investments specifically related to regulation compliance through the DIMP tracker?
Yes. So as noted within our testimony, and which still is true, we are continuing to evaluate the impacts of the new regulations, the best way to meet those new regulations. And so we do anticipate we could see additional changes to our planned capital investments, even in the rate year, which to my understanding includes part of 25 and then a substantial portion of the year 2026. And the new regulations are effective January 1st, 2027.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Day. Now to the panel, with that update, do you adopt your pre-filed testimony and interrogatory responses as part of your sworn testimony in this proceeding?
Yes.
Okay, now I have some additional questions. Mr. Kelly, could you briefly describe the role of NGA in mutual aid?
Sure. Eversource is a member of NGA, and the way that mutual aid works through NGA, excuse me. We have agreements with other LDCs in the event that either another LDC is requesting mutual aid or we as Eversource are requesting mutual aid. So by working with NGA, they work with all the LDCs to have agreements between the different LDCs in the event that there is an emergency or mutual aid request. We are able to supply folks in our company or receive folks from other companies that meet the need of the emergency. They also act as a partner or liaison, if you will, with AGA in the event that we needed resources outside of the region. A perfect example of that is in 2018, the Merrimack Valley incident. There were many folks that worked outside the region of New England, outside of the NGA, where AGA was also involved in supplying mutual aid to Columbia Gas in Massachusetts. That's just one example.
Okay, and to your knowledge, does NGA currently participate in any lobbying activities?
They do not.
And do you have documentation to that effect?
I do.
Could you please read the letter that you have to that effect into the record?
Sure. The letter was addressed to me, Kevin Kelly, President of Gas Distribution. It was sent by Jose Costa, who is the President and CEO of NGA. Dear Mr. Kelly, I'm writing to communicate that Northeast Gas Association, NGA, status as a registered lobbying organization in the U.S., in any U.S. state in 2003 and beyond. 2023 and beyond. In 2023 NGA had 4 individuals, Jose Costa, Elena Daly, Paul Armstrong, and Bob Wilson, registered as lobbyists in Massachusetts and New York State. NGA was not registered for lobbying in the state of Connecticut. In 2023, NGA had 0 lobbying activities in both New York and Massachusetts. Lobbying activities reporting in New York State was filed by Harris Beach PLLC. NGA's lobbying activities reporting in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts was filed by NGA employee Bob Wilson. In 2024, NGA did not renew its lobbying registration in New York State or the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. NGA has not performed any lobbying activities in any U.S. state in 2023 or beyond.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly. Mr. Murray, I'd like to move on to you. Do you have any comments on the capitalization rates over the past few years?
Yes, thank you. So as filed in the company's initial application, our capitalization rates were based on the test year capitalization amounts for both Eversource Energy Service Company and Yankee Gas. Calendar year 2023 is the test period for this case, and it was appropriate to use those figures. Around May 1st of 2025, we submitted our FERC Form 60 and our FERC Form 2 with PURA, which provided audited financial information for fiscal year 2024. This financial information provides the data points for the calculation of actual 2024 capitalization rates. Upon reviewing and incorporating the FERC Form 60 and FERC Form 2 financial data into the revenue requirement for this case, it was clear that the 2024 capitalization rates are higher than 2023. Our objective in setting rates in this case, and has been, is to arrive at a representative level of rates for the rate year starting November 1st, 2025 through October 31st of 2026. As the final audited 2024 accounting information is the most recent accurate data to reflect in the rate year cost of service, we're planning to incorporate this new information in our supplemental response to late file 1. It will have the overall effect of lowering the cost of service because the expected capitalization rates are higher in 2024 than they were in 2023. As to the difference between 2023 and 2024, there's numerous factors that will cause the capitalization ratio to change from year to year, including the level and nature of O&M and/or capital work, who's doing that work, and how the work is accounted for, among other drivers of change. So this capital panel will be able to speak to the changing work patterns over time, including work practices that changed during COVID that contributed to fluctuations, in particular during the period 2020 and 2022. We're currently analyzing the drivers for the change between 2023 and 2024, and we will document that in our response, a supplemental response to late file 1. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Murray. Finally, Mr. DeRosiers, could you briefly describe the nature of the capital project documentation that Yankee has provided in this case?
Sure. From an overall perspective, Yankee has submitted bulk detail to document the cost of capital included in this proceeding. This includes producing operating cost invoices and associated procurement documentation for test year capital. Within the documentation, there are individual invoices for all capital purchases for the test year, related procurement documentation for the test year, summaries of projects, project categories, project authorization forms, and supplemental project authorization forms, life-to-date actuals for projects, in-service amounts for projects, all work orders, in-service dates for all work orders, retirements by year, project completion dates, utility plant in-service roll forward, and details on projected in-service additions. Yankee has provided additional detail and documentation in the formats requested by PURA and OCC where feasible, and supplemented its filings with updates as additional capital projects have gone into service. Yankee has also provided granular detail down to the invoice level in order to ensure that PURA and interveners are able to fully assess the company's investments. We don't normally produce this level of detail in other jurisdictions and don't typically get into the invoice level detail. However, we've produced that here for PURA's review. Of $1.477 billion in in-service capital additions for calendar year 2018 through 2024, Yankee has provided supporting documentation in accordance with its project authorization policies in the amount of 1.443 billion, or 97.7% of the total. The remaining 2.3% consists of projects with in-service additions that do not require the same level of documentation under the project authorization policy. That accounts for 1.3%. And projects that had less than $100,000 in cumulative rate base additions between 2018 and 2024. That accounts for 1%. And therefore, those are not within the parameters of discovery requested in ENG 001, where much of the information is provided. Nonetheless, this small subset of projects are supported through the company's books and records.
Thank you. The panel is available for cross-examination.
Thank you. Being crossed by the authority staff, Attorney Coker, please.
Good afternoon, Bureau Staff Attorney Josh Coker. Before I start the rest of my cross, I have a quick question for Kevin Kelly. Could you give us the date of the letter you just read into the record?
Yes, it was June 3rd, 2025.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So please open late filed Exhibit 1, SP01, Schedule B 3.1, as well as RRU 140, SP01, Attachment 1, and RRU 140, Attachment 2. I can repeat that if needed. Yes, so it's late filed 1, the revised version, Schedule B 3.1. As well as Attachment 1 to RRU 140 SP01 and RRU 140 Attachment 2.
So they'll just need a minute to get those three sets of information, and the witness can let us know when you have those in front of you. Thank you. And while they're calling those up, can we ask Mr. Coker just to restate the specific three locations in the record you want the witnesses to look, just to make sure there's no disconnect?
Yes.
Thank you.
So it'll be Schedule B 3.1 for the late file 1, as well as Attachment 1 to the revised RRU 140 and Attachment 2 of RRU 140.
I have the attachments for RRU 140. I don't have the late file 1 revised B, but okay, you can continue.
Okay, and so to start, in column D of Schedule B 3.1, the company quantified the total retirements for calendar year 2024.
One moment. I'm so sorry. I need another minute.
Sorry, right? Yeah. If it helps, it's the adjustments to depreciation reserve schedule.
Yep, we have it.
Thank you.
You can continue.
So in column D of Schedule B 3.1, the company quantified the total retirements for calendar year 2024 at 34.2 million. Do you see that?
We're on row 53, column D.
Can you just repeat that number?
34.2 million.
Yes.
Okay, so in RRU 140 SP01, attachment 1, the company also quantified the total retirements at the same value as we just quoted from Schedule B 3.1. As such, these two documents agree with respect to 2024's total retirements, correct? I'll give you a moment to compare.
That's correct.
Okay, so now please refer to column C of Schedule B 3.1. And in that column, the company quantifies the total depreciation accrual as 41.2 million. Did you agree with that statement?
Yes, I do.
Now, please compare this to RRU 140 SP01, attachment 1. And in attachment 1, the company is quantifying the total depreciation accrual as 62.7 million. What accounts for the difference between these two amounts?
Can you point me to where you're seeing that 62?
One moment. It's on the row type that's described as total depreciation for year. On the top.
And this is in RRU 140 attachment 2?
SP01. So this is the revised answer.
My apologies, I'm sorry. 62.7 million.
Yes. Can you explain the difference between the 62.7 million in this attachment and the 34 million in Schedule 3.1, B 3.1?
I would need to do a read-in for that and confer. I think we can get that number today, just need to do a read-in for that.
That's fine. That works.
Okay. I just want to confirm we're doing a reading because it sounds like we're looking for an explanation, not a specific number. Is that?
That's correct.
Right.
Okay. Would we rather have that for late file if we have follow-up, or you can take that as a read-in?
Late file might be better in case you need to reconcile the two figures.
That's fine. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. The late file exhibit request will be LFE 98.
Do you need me to clarify the LFE or can we move on?
We can move on.
Okay.
Thank you.
So going back to Schedule B 3.1 and column E, the company quantifies the total cost of removal and salvage for calendar year 2024 as 35.3 million. Do you see that?
Just one moment.
Yes.
Okay, I'm ready. Can you repeat that one more time?
Yes, I was just looking for confirmation that in column E, the quantified total cost of removal and salvage for calendar year 2024 was 35.3 million.
Yes, I can confirm that.
Okay. Now please compare this to attachment one, the one version we were reviewing earlier, the revised version. In attachment one, the company is quantifying the cost of removal at 58.4 million and salvage at about 500,000.
Could we identify just where the row is for the record purposes? So we're in RRU 140, SPO 1, attachment 1, and just identify the page or the row.
Third row.
Yes, I see that. I can confirm that number.
Okay. The net of these two figures in attachment one would be approximately 57.9 million, correct?
Subject to check, I'll agree with your calculation.
Okay. So as with the previous discrepancy, can you explain why the 35.32 million and B 3.1 and to 57.9 million and attachment one defer?
I think for that one, I'll also have to take a late file.
That's fine. It might be more convenient to add that to the previous late file because they're from the same exhibits.
It's fine with me.
So that would be a modification to late file 98, I believe.
Very good.
So the total change in the reserve is also slightly different between these two schedules. Specifically, the net adjustment to the reserve in attachment one is a reduction in the reserve of 29 million. Whereas the change in the reserve in schedule B 3.1 is a reduction in the reserve of 28.3 million. I could explain how that was calculated if needed.
Could you please?
Yes. So that was calculated by taking the December 31st, 2024 depreciation reserve balance and removing the December 31st, 2023 depreciation reserve balance. Can you explain the difference between the two?
No, for that, I think I'd take a late file as well.
Again, since these are the same two exhibits, we can add that to 98 as well, I think. So now please open the response to RRU 383, and I can wait until you guys are ready. That's RRU 383.
Yes, I'm there.
Okay. So at the top of page 2, the company describes its accounting treatment of retirement work in process. The company states, in part, that during the normal course of business, subaccounts 108030 and 108040 hold the amounts for work in progress until the individual work orders are completed and closed. Do you see that statement?
Yes, I do.
So the company further states that once the work orders are closed, the work order accounts for the cost of removal, which is account 108303, and salvage, which is 108040, are unitized or closed to the accumulated provision of depreciation for gas utility plant, account 108101, 1010. My apologies. Did I quote that correctly, barring the mix up on the numbers? Great.
I believe you did.
Is it the company's practice to close the work order at the time the associated asset is retired?
Could you repeat that one more time?
Yes. Is it the company's practice to close the work order at the time the associated asset is retired?
I believe that is correct. I'm not part of our accounting department, so I'd want to just confer with them. If you could just bear with me 1 minute.
Sure.
Possible. I'm going to see if Mr. O'Brien could help out with this as part of our accounting team. Could you repeat that question just one more time? I apologize for that.
Of course. Is it the company's practice to close the work order at the time the associated asset is retired?
The work order of the new project, like placed in service. I think, yeah, I heard you use the term retirement, so I get a little confused on retirement of asset. You're talking about is the existing work order that's been placed in service, at what point is that closed?
No, we're talking about the asset that has been removed and retired. This is for cost of removal, because we're dealing with accounts 180-303, 108-040.
So the asset would be retired when the new asset goes into service. So if you're removing the previous existing asset, at the point in time when that new asset that's being constructed is placed in service, that's the point when the previous asset would be retired.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, you're gonna have to help me out a little bit with that, because I'm thinking main installations, we put them in. You're not abandoning and turning off the old mains for sometimes quite some time, so how do I exactly comport that with what you just said?
Yeah, so from a construction standpoint, the new main is installed. At which point we then have to tie over or transfer all the services associated with it. That work order is still in a CWIP balance up until the time where all of the services have been tied over and the old main can be purged, cut and capped. And then at that point, the new work order can be placed in service, which would then trigger in our accounting books the retirement of the old work order or the old asset.
Okay, but that sounds very different from what I just heard. I mean, that there's a big separation between putting something new in service and finally ultimately retiring the old assets in the case of things like mains. Maybe vehicles is a different issue, I can understand, but I thought I heard when the new piece of equipment goes in service, everything closes out for the old equipment. Did I misunderstand?
No,
So I guess, Mr. O'Brien, could you answer the question again?
Well, so I think the original question was on the cost of removal balance, I believe, right, in account 10830. The costs incurred at the time to remove the asset is a little bit separate than the retirement of the net book value of the previous asset that was on the books and records. So I may just need help distinguishing the two from where you guys are looking at from your question. You know, from a cost of removal perspective, as the costs are incurred to remove the old assets or on the project, that is accrued to account 108030. That remains in that account until the assets are fully functionalized in place in FERC utility account 101. But that is a separate process from the retirement for any remaining net book value of the previous asset. So I may just need kind of help distinguishing the two topics.
I think I got you now. Good. Thank you.
Okay, so just to get some clarity, that. Okay, so just to get some clarity on the company's accounting related to this issue, I want to present a hypothetical. So let's assume at the time of the company's final LFE update in this proceeding, that there was an open work order for $1,000 of cost removal costs. In other words, there are $1,000 of cost removal costs that have been incurred, but the work order has not been closed and the underlying asset has not been retired yet. Would the $1,000 in cost removal have any impact on the company's rate base in this proceeding?
In accordance with the FERC Uniform System of Accounts, that balance would be presented within FERC account 108 and would be included in the cost of service. That as required under the FERC Uniform System of Accounts, all cost of removal spend is required to be presented within FERC account 108. And I can try to find the reference, but there was a question about that, an interrogatory, and I believe the company did provide the FERC US of A guidance that does require that presentation for FERC reporting purposes. I can certainly try to find that and take a read in if that would be helpful.
That would be great.
Of course.
So just going back to your answer, would that change if we were talking about salvage?
Wait, just before we move on, there was a proffer for a read-in. I just want to confirm, does the staff want Mr. O'Brien to provide a read-in, and just so we can mark it also for the record purposes? Would you like a read-in on that?
I believe that's read in CC.
Actually, we can waive it. We don't need the we don't need the read-in.
We don't need the read in. Okay, we'll waive the read in then.
So just going back to your answer, would it change if we were talking about salvage instead of cost of removal?
I believe salvage is separate from removal. I believe salvage would be subject to check the amount that if we were to retire those assets, any amount recovered if that property was scrapped, but that's separate from the removal dollars that are spent to physically remove pre-existing assets.
I just want to add that in the context of gas distribution, right, we usually aren't physically removing the assets, but the costs associated with making the retired and abandoned main safe are what are typically included in that cost of removal that uses that word kind of as an accounting term of art, but sometimes is confusing in the context of gas assets.
And could I just have one moment to just confer with a colleague who could come up? Of course. Sorry, I just wanted to confirm with some of my accounting colleagues. Sometimes these terms can overlap each other, but there is a clear distinction between the amount spent for cost of removal dollars versus a salvage amount, which is what I described previously.
So would the gross salvage dollars have an impact on this rate proceeding in any way?
Again, similar to the cost of removal balances, and as you're seeing in that LFE exhibit, I believe that amount that's included is both the cost removal and the salvage value. But per the FERC Uniform System of Accounts, the salvage value is also required to be included within FERC Account 108. So any salvage value that is accrued would also be included in that balance and would be included in this rate proceeding.
One more question about account 108. Does cost of removal count as an offset to a rate base as soon as they're incurred, or only after the retirement is finalized?
Could you repeat that question?
Yes. Does cost of removal count, do cost of removal costs act as an offset to rate base as soon as they are incurred, or only after retirement is finalized, retirement of the asset?
When you say an offset to rate base, what do you mean by that?
Yeah, there was a typo there. Does cost of removal act is it charged against the depreciation reserve as soon as it is incurred, or only after the retirement is finalized?
As is required by the FERC Uniform System of Accounts, the amount charged is recorded to the FERC 108 reserve, which is, as I mentioned, required by the FERC US of A.
As soon as it is incurred, correct?
As it is incurred, correct.
Okay, so let's move on to a different topic. Please turn to the company's response to RRU 141, attachment 1. And I can wait till you guys have found that.
We're there.
Okay. So in attachment 1, the table is titled cost of removal activity. Do you see that?
Yes, I see that.
So it begins with a beginning cost of removal balance, and then includes the line items cost of removal incurred and cost of removal accrued, which are then used to calculate the ending balance. Can you explain how the cost of removal incurred figure was derived?
So the cost of removal incurred is the actual cost that is accumulated on a work order at the time the work is being performed.
Thank you. Now, could you explain how cost of removal accrued is calculated?
Excuse me. It's just my understanding that we have another witness that was on this response, that's on the depreciation panel. And I would invite him forward to the podium microphone if he has any additional detail to provide in response to this line of questioning.
Okay, if you could identify their witness for the record, and I'll administer the oath, please.
This is Mr. Ned Alice, and I'll ask him to give his company and title.
Ned Alice, I'm with the company Gannett Fleming, Valuation Rate Consultants LLC. I'm Vice President.
Thank you, sir. If you could please raise your right hand, I'll administer the oath. I swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under pains and penalties of perjury.
I do.
Okay, thank you. Please proceed.
Okay, so I will repeat the question. Could someone on the panel please explain how cost of removal accrued is calculated?
That would be the depreciation associated with cost of removal. So that's the portion of depreciation expense that's associated with recovering cost of removal. And the way it's precisely calculated is in the company system, there are depreciation rates for the original cost of the asset and for the cost of removal. So you apply that cost removal rate to the planned service balance.
One moment. Could you explain where the cost of removal rates are coming from?
Those would have been what would have been approved. So the depreciation rates are approved by the authority, and the cost removal rates are a portion based on the approved net salvage estimates from the depreciation, or the eventually approved depreciation rates.
So just to add on to what he just provided, that would have been approved previously in docket number 180510. In the last rate case, the depreciation rates that would have been approved is what the company has been using in its accounting books and records over the time period until depreciation rates are reset through this proceeding.
Thank you. One moment.
I'm Ryan Papp. I'm a consultant for Pure Staff. I'm not sure I identified myself before. So the previous rate case was settled, correct?
I believe that's correct.
And I actually looked at those exhibits from the settlement agreement, and I didn't see the depreciation accrual rates explicitly stated there. So would the company have used the rates that they proposed? No.
Which are you referring to, the depreciation rates or the cost of removal rates?
The cost of removal rates.
So
Rate.
I don't recall what the schedule you're referring to looks like exactly, but if it just showed the depreciation rates, it's just a mathematical calculation based on the approved cost of removal estimates, which might be like, I think it was like negative 35% for mains. So you would just prorate that approved depreciation rate based on that approved net salvage estimate. It's the same way that those were apportioned by all the witnesses involved in this case that have testified on depreciation as well. So it's a pretty universally accepted way to apportion those rates between the two components.
Okay. Do you mind if I say?
Go ahead.
So I think we'll want a late file exhibit for the work papers supporting the calculation of the cost of removal accrued figures from RRU 141 attachment 1.
And that would be late file exhibit 99.
And can the witness provide that?
That wouldn't be me, but yeah.
Just Could I just ask a clarifying question on the late file exhibit? So included within RRU 141 attachment 1, there's about, I think, 15 years worth of activity in there, which would also span multiple rate periods and rate cases. Is there a specific period of time that you're looking for?
One moment.
You can limit it to just since the prior rate case decision. Okay, so I think 2018 or 2019 forward.
Yes, 2018 or 2019.
And just to highlight as well, you mentioned a calculation. I believe that amount is coming directly out of the company's accounting system. Are you looking for the underlying reporting out of that accounting system, which would demonstrate the amounts that are included in the filing here? Would that be helpful?
So I'd like to have enough information so that we can see the assumptions that were made related to the net salvage amounts that it sounds like are a necessary component to get to the cost of removal incurred. So does that provide enough clarity?
Sorry, the incurred or accrued? The accrued would be.
Accrued, sorry. Thank you.
One moment.
So would it be helpful to see the rate that's used in the system and then showing that amount from the previous study? Would that be helpful to, and then we can provide you the underlying reporting as well?
Yes.
Directly out of the system?
Yes.
Okay, so it'd be three things. It would be the previous study where the rate was derived, the rate that's included in the company's accounting system that's being used for the calculation, and then the reporting for, I think it was years 18 to 2024.
And the plant balances that
are
each of the plant accounts are being multiplied by.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so going to a slightly different topic, the FERC depreciation accrual rates. Those are listed in the company's FERC Form 2 filings, is that correct?
I believe that's correct.
Would you agree that, subject to check, that the accrual rates for the different plan accounts fluctuate from year to year?
Could you repeat the question?
Yes. Would you agree that the accrual rates for the different plant accounts fluctuate year to year?
Could you also give me just a citation for the FERC Form 2 and where you're looking, just so I know which page you're looking at?
Differ.
I can give you a couple of references, and I think it'll be pretty easy to see that to compare the different plan accounts and see that they're not exactly the same. And so if you go to RRU 142, attachment 5, page 156. And I'll wait until you're there to go to the next.
Is that page 156 of the PDF or of the document?
It's 156 of the PDF.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm there.
And page 154 of attachment 4 of RRU 142.
And sorry, what was that page again?
It's RRU 142, attachment 4, and that's page 154.
Okay.
So the question is, can you explain why the accrual rates fluctuate from year to year?
I think there are probably a number of different reasons, just starting with at the top of each page, FERC account 303, for example. I think there are different lives for that asset category. There's intangible lives that maybe 5 years, maybe 10 years, maybe 15 years. So from year to year, that plant population can change over time, which may result in a difference in the accrual rate. I think the other thing that could be happening as well is I think as outlined in the FERC footnote here, I believe it's the average plant balance over the depreciation. So there's an average plant, that rate could also fluctuate depending on when the time period was that that plant was placed in service and how that the denominator of that equation is weighted. And I think both of those probably contribute to some brief fluctuation from year to year. But as I noted, in our accounting system, whenever there's a rate case performed, the company would implement the rates that are being applied and were approved by the commission in PURA in this instance in Connecticut. And we would be applying that to all assets as they're placed in service over the lives that were approved.
Okay, I understand that intangible is kind of a different type of plans count, so I understand that, and I'm with you there. I'm still having some difficulty understanding why using the average plant balances would make a difference if you're applying the same accrual rate. And maybe you can expand on that. We'd be happy to take a late file if that would be preferable to the company.
Sure, I can try to provide some clarity, just 1 second, and then if needed, we'd be happy to take a late file. So I do think there are a number of factors that could play into it. I think in the FERC page, as is outlined in that column, it is an average plant balance by category. And I don't have the specifics to it, but I'm assuming that is a 2-point average. And just to give you an example, if we placed a plant balance in service in the month of December, or say we place it in service on December 1st, you may only have 1 month's worth of depreciation for that asset accumulated for that given category, which would be included in the depreciation expense balance. However, if you're taking a 2-point average on the actual plant throughout the year, that's why I think you can, in the denominator of the equation, with all the assets, all the mains that are getting placed in service and all the different categories and work orders that get closed out pro rata throughout the year, I think there may be a distinguishment between the way the 2-point average is working and the way the actual accounting and when the depreciation is being recognized based on the in-service dates is coming through. And in addition, I think retirements could also play into that because as you retire those assets, as you're taking certain amounts out for previous assets, it's going to change your 2-point average. So I don't think year to year you would ever expect it to be an exact equation for the two examples I gave based on the 2-point average that's being used, as well as the fact that there may be other asset categories that are included in here which could have multiple different depreciation rates and lives that could impact the amount based on the makeup of those asset subcategories included in there. So I think that's why that you're seeing some variation in that amount year to year.
I appreciate that. Okay, I appreciate that explanation. I think it's acceptable to the company and the authority. We will take a late file on that. And just to provide an expanded explanation for the changes in the accrual rates, as well as an illustrative example.
Would you like just an illustrative example of one of the asset categories?
That would work.
Okay. Yeah. And just to highlight, just again, so it's clear for the record, this page is purely for FERC reporting purposes to provide clarity. This is not those rates that are included, the rates that are included in our accounting systems and the way the depreciation expense is actually being calculated would be in accordance with the PURA's previous orders and the approved rates from the previous study. But we'll certainly provide additional clarity in the late file that you requested with some reasons as to why those rates can change and can provide an example from year to year.
Okay, and I guess just to follow up on that, you're saying that there would be a difference in the depreciation rates that the company was applying versus what's being shown in the FERC report?
All I'm simply trying to highlight here is this is based on an average plant balance. So this is just a presentational calculation for FERC reporting purposes, but it is not necessarily indicative that the rates, the depreciation rates in our accounting systems wouldn't be changing from year to year. It's just based on the calculation as we've been discussing here.
I see what you're saying now. Thank you. No problem.
Slate file exhibit 100.
Also, for that LFB, we would like to have the company provide an example.
Yeah, just an example of one of the asset classes, and you're looking for a change from one year to the next?
Yes, in addition to the proceeding.
Okay, so it's going to be a description, just so I'm clear, it's a description of why those amounts have changed from years to years and just some examples of what that might be. And then for one particular asset class, you would like an underlying calculation for, is it for two separate periods of the same asset class to outline that calculation that's included in the FERC form?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so now please refer to the response to RRU 382 as well as the attachments. I'll give you a moment to find that. That's RRU 382.
Yep, I'm there.
So I would like to start with subpart A of the response as well as attachment 1 to the response. So subpart A requested the calculation methodology and source documents for a figure called the historical COR average that the company quantified in RRU 290. Can you define what the company means by the term the historical COR average?
Sure. So what we did is we took a 7-year average of the cost of removal incurred in each of those years on work orders and accumulated it for the average that's in attachment 1. We did that by program type.
All right, thank you. Referring back to attachment 1, the title of the table is the 7-year historical capital expenditures. But even though this table title mentions 7 years, it's just one column. So my first question is, why were these 7 years the ones the company chose for the purpose of developing this table? Why these particular 7 years?
It was just the past 7 years.
Also recent 7?
Correct.
Okay. So which years, just to be precise, which years were those?
It would be 2018 through 2024.
Thank you. So I would like to make 2 additional LFE requests. For the first request, referring to RRU 382, attachment 1, provide a breakout of the data for each individual year and provide a reconciliation of this data to the company's FERC filings.
Go ahead.
Yep, understood.
For the second LFE, for each year 2018 through 2024, provide the COR percentage calculated in the same manner as was used for attachment 1. Provide the FERC account 107 and 108 data separately and utilize the updated COR amounts provided in RU 292 attachment 1. I can repeat the prompt if needed.
Could you repeat both if you don't mind?
Of course. Sorry. Yeah, I understand. For the first one, the first prompt is referring to RRU 382 attachment 1. Provide a breakout of the data for each individual year and provide a reconciliation of this data to the company's FERC filings.
That's late file exhibit 101.
Is that there? So just on the last aspect of that LFE reconciliation to the FERC form, I don't believe that this presentation within RRU 382 we'll have to go back and check to see how that's broken down from a FERC perspective, because I'm not seeing any asset identifiers that are included and specified within the FERC form. So that may just be, we'll work through that, but I just want to highlight that, as we were just discussing with all the different asset categories, 303 for intangible plant, all those different gas categories, that's not included within this attachment here. So the company will certainly endeavor to tie that, but this presentation is fundamentally different than the FERC form is presented.
Would it make it easier if it were not by asset class?
Yeah, we'll go back through and attempt to highlight where the totals may be in the FERC form. But just as we've discussed, the core spend dollars are not an individual line item. For example, on the FERC Form 1, it's all embedded within FERC account 108. So we can certainly highlight the lines on the FERC form where these amounts would be included. But for example, like QIP, for example, that's a fluid number. So as you go throughout the year, right, you're incurring, your QIP is a moving balance. So I just wanted to highlight that the QIP spend throughout the year is going to be a calculation to get to that change in 107. And that itself may not tie directly to the FERC form itself, but we will endeavor to highlight where all these amounts are in the FERC form. But I just wanted to highlight that there are some distinguishing presentational differences between the way the schedule is formatted and the way the FERC form 2 is presented.
Okay, and if it becomes administratively burdensome, an explanation for
how we came up with it.
Yeah,
and
what was causing the issue would suffice.
Sure.
Okay, and that second prompt is LFE 102, the prompt that referred to FERC account 107 and 108 data.
And I can repeat that again.
Yeah, do you mind? I'm sorry.
No problem. For each year 2018 through 2024, provide the COR percentage calculated in the same manner as was used for RRU 382 attachment 1. provide the FERC account 107 and 108 data separately, and utilize the updated core amounts provided in RRU 292 attachment 1. I can do, yes.
Worst case, we'll go back and listen through.
Okay, so we can move on, or, okay. Lots of numbers. So one moment while we prepare an exhibit.
I just want to confirm, is this document that's being shown is something currently in the record sponsored by the panel? I just want to understand the derivation of the evidence or the information being shown on the screen.
Yes, this is currently an excerpt of information currently on the record.
Thank you.
So this exhibit was, in fact, was developed based on the information that you guys put in Discovery. The sources are on the bottom. I understand it's hard to see on the screen. I can provide those to you verbally as well.
Just to confirm, are the witnesses able to see that? And
We can see it.
again, just to summarize, that this is a compilation of references, just to confirm, of information filed in different data responses or parts of the record. Okay, and you're showing it here for illustrative purposes. Okay, thank you.
Would the panel like some time to review this exhibit before I begin my questions, or can I proceed?
Just a minute to get everything up.
Yeah, I think that would be helpful if possible, if we can have them just review it, since they are seeing it for the first time in this format. And so thank you. I appreciate that opportunity.
Attorney Coker, while the witnesses are reviewing it, could you read into the record the source citations at the bottom of this exhibit, please?
Certainly. One moment. So the sources for this exhibit are RRU 289 attachment 3, column F, RRU 382 attachment, RRU 381 attachment 1, columns B, C, and D, and columns E and G are calculated from the preceding two. Yes.
And just to clarify, the columns are meant to map the table to the source documents. And so in other words, column F was derived from the information in RRU 289 attachment 3 and so forth.
Can I just ask if there are paper copies available of this? It's very difficult to see across the room on the screens.
Okay.
It may be helpful to the witnesses if there were paper copies.
And if not, would a recess be appropriate just to allow for something to be printed? I agree with that, which is we want to endeavor in good faith to respond, but I see people squinting their eyes or turning back behind them. So maybe that would allow for a more efficient cross if we could take a recess, allow for it to be printed and handed out. That's acceptable to the chairperson.
Sure. We're due for a break anyway, so let's recess until 3:20, please. All right, thank you. Hang it back on the record.
Did have an administrative issue I wanted to raise, which is, because this is a contested case and for me to be able to understand if I'm going to object to the proffered piece of evidence, could we first just start with, maybe Mr. Pfaff could be the person who just explains to us what it is that they're proposing to use for the cross-examination. So first of all, I want to thank the commissioners for allowing for a recess. And also thank you to the authority staff for having the paper copies printed to us. That is very helpful. But I think to allow me to make an informed decision on if I object to this, can we first start with an explanation, just what this document shows, and then we can take it from there. That would be helpful as a first step. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Pfaff.
Sure. So this document was derived using the company's discovery responses, RRU 289 attachment 3 and RRU 381 attachment 1. The information was aggregated by me, but again, it was information that came directly from those two sources. The reason why it came from those two sources is because there wasn't one document that had both of these pieces of information. So to make it easier for the company to understand what I was looking at, I combined this information into this table. And as you can see at the bottom in the sources portion of this document, I included obviously the name of the IR attachment that I used. And then, as I said before the break, I mapped that to the specific column where that information data was used. And I also included a couple of calculated values. I tried to explicitly note that in the sources portion as well. Columns E and G were summed by, or derived, I should say, by me, but they're simple calculations, and I can tell you exactly what I did there. So in column D, you can see that the company provided the book cost by component. And so what I did in column E was I simply took column D and summed those amounts to get to the total book cost. And in column G, which is the other calculated value, I took as the column header states, I took the cost of removal divided by the total book cost.
Okay.
So
Attorney Coker.
this has been compiled for convenience. If the panel and its attorneys object to the form of this, we can refer to the underlying exhibits exclusively. However, that is going to involve a lot of back and forth over two multiple documents and long documents. I'm flexible on this point.
Since we, out of respect for the commissioners and we support efficiency, and so what I'm inclined to do, at least from the company's perspective, is we'll consent to the questioning. Let's just see how it goes. And if I'm hearing responses from the witnesses that maybe doing the calculations on the fly is not something that's appropriate for the hearing, we can always revisit if we can provide a late file that provides the information that Attorney Coker and Mr. Pfaff are requesting. So, based on that representation, this is simply drawing information from those two exhibits. And this is an effort to try and expedite cross-examination. I support those efforts with the caveat of just seeing how the witnesses react to the questions being offered on a question-by-question basis.
Okay,
That's
so
acceptable to the chairman.
thank you. So let's proceed with cross, and if not, we can ask the company to produce the equivalent of this as a late file and resume questions at the late file exhibit hearing. So Mr. Pfaff, if you want to, or Attorney Coker, whomever was going to start with cross.
I could start.
Could I ask a real quick clarifying question? Apologies.
Sure.
The Column D, is that the book cost of the retirements?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, so for my first question, I'll just go down each of these work orders one by one and ask a few questions about each of them. So let's start with the first work order. That is work order for the record 302194662. This is the first row on the document. The value for total book costs for this work order is $6,371.86, correct?
Could you just walk me through how you're calculating that value?
Okay.
So it in the sources, it references RRU 381 attachment 1. I think columns B, C, and D, at least in the Excel, when I go to B, C, and D, it's more the descriptive information, and then the column D is the AFUDC data.
Yeah, and so that's what I was trying to clarify previously, which is the columns that are noted in the sources, that's actually mapping to the table above. So in other words, the information in columns B, C, and D were derived from RRU 381 attachment 1.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
I follow what you're saying.
And I can open up the RRU 381 attachment 1 if you were not seeing where the book cost is, but I thought it was fairly obvious.
I see it. I apologize. I thought you were referencing that the book cost was from B, C, and D, and that's.
No, I can see why you would read it like that, but yeah.
Yes, so could someone on the panel confirm the value in column E for the first work order, row 1, column E?
And just to be clear, you're referring to the 6,371.86?
That's correct.
Okay.
Now, can someone on the panel recite to me the value in row 1, column F for cost of removal for the same work order? Could someone read that into the record for me?
Sorry, could you just repeat that question?
Yes, my apologies. Could someone read to the record for me the value for cost removal in column F, row 1?
And just to be clear, I don't want to belabor this, but is the question, do you want them to look at the underlying source data being referenced and validate that the 716,528 is accurate, or just simply read the representation of the number that appears on the page? I just want to make sure it's clear in terms of what the witness is being asked to do.
I was simply asking for confirmation of the value on the exhibit, but if someone would like to confirm the underlying documents as well, the underlying discovery, that'd be great.
I can confirm that the amounts presented on the sheet printed, the exhibit presented on the screen in front of me carries the book cost of 6,371.86, and the cost of removal balance is 716,528.01. I have not gone into the underlying schedules to do that, but if you'd like me to, I can try to do that as well.
One moment, please. So I have actually changed, I'm going to request an LFE related to this exhibit. This exhibit gives the opposing counsel and the counsel for Eversource and the panel notice what we're looking for. We would like an LFE that provides your own calculation for the total book cost of the removed assets in each of these 5 work orders with an explanation and unlocked Excel sheet explaining how you have calculated the book cost for these removed assets.
So just for clarity, for each of the work orders that are listed on the exhibit here, you would like just a calculation of the book cost that's presented?
Yes, in the company's words and with your explanation of your math, essentially.
So just so I'm clear, because there's a lot of information on the sheet here. So you are looking for column E, for example, the first work order, the $6,371.86. You're looking for the company to confirm the book
Or present your own numbers, but with an explanation.
of how we calculated the book cost of that? Okay.
Additionally, so that would be, in fact, I'm going to request 5 LFEs. One second.
Book cost of the retirement.
Yes.
Okay, so for clarity of the record, Attorney Coker, do you want to read the work orders into the record? The 5 work orders in column A.
Certainly. So the 5 work orders that we are interested in are 302-19462. Work order 304-52194. Work order 305-15521. Work order number 304-36468. And work order 305-51269.
And Attorney Coker, just to confirm, you'd like a late file assigned to each one of those separate work orders individually? Is that what you'd like?
Yes, and I'm going to get into more detail about what the LFE will look like. So the prompt for those 5 LFEs, in each one of them, please provide for each of these 5 work orders, narrative describing the work performed under the work order and explaining the high cost of removal relative to the value of the removed asset. Second, I want any project specifications, project drawings, diagrams, blueprints, maps, or similar project documentation for the work order. A copy of the construction agreement, contract or subcontract under which the work order was issued, specifically including the scope of work. An unlocked Excel spreadsheet providing a breakdown of all costs recorded as COR. Any invoices, billing statements, receipts, or similar financial records concerning either the removal or salvage of the asset. And finally, any email or other correspondence between company staff and the contractor or subcontractor responsible for the work order.
Just on that last piece, request for, every email, we'll have to take a look at that in terms of the time frame that we have and the time periods over which the projects took place, and just provide commentary on that in terms of what we were able to obtain and what parameters we used. I just have a question for my witness panel, which is it clear to you what Attorney Coker is looking for? Do you have any clarifications just to make sure there's no disconnect? I'm sorry, Mr. O'Brien.
Could we just speak for a second?
Sure.
So just one comment on the LFE. So just looking at the first work order here, it does look like that may have been placed in service in 2021. So the company will certainly endeavor to pursue all the requests that you had, but would just like to highlight that is certainly from an email perspective and the things you referenced, 2021 is about 4 years ago. So the company will endeavor to pursue all the things in the LFE, but some of these work orders may be older in nature and not as current as fiscal year 2023 for the test year or fiscal year 2024, just to highlight. But we will certainly endeavor to pursue all the things you've requested in the LFE.
I want to thank Attorney Coker for recommending the approach of using a late file. I think in light of the amount of information being requested, that is a much more efficient approach, and we'll provide that for the record. Thank you.
Thank you. So those are late file exhibits 103 through 107 assigned to each of those individual work orders.
I think that covers it. So we can move on to a different topic. I have a series of LFEs to request. So first, I would like to ask the company to update 2 of its discovery requests. Please provide an update to RRU 108 and an update to RRU 297 to reflect the company's ultimate rate request. Provide a reconciliation for any differences between the plant balances reflected in these 2 updated responses. Does the panel understand what I'm requesting?
Does the panel need a moment just to look at those data responses to see if you have any underlying questions?
Please, can we just have a
Thank you.
moment?
Have a moment, please. Thank you.
Would you mind just citing those references one more time?
Certainly. An update to RRU 108 and RRU 297.
Just looking at 108, there's multiple attachments. Is there certain attachments you're looking at or the entirety of the response?
The entirety.
So an update for all the attachments to RRU 108?
Yes.
Okay.
And 297.
And that's late file exhibit 108.
And that's for another LFE. It's related to
And wait, before we leave, I'm sorry to interject. I just want to make clear again to make sure there's no disconnect. So Attorney Coker identified RRU 108 and 297 and request for an update. Is it clear to the witness panel in terms of what he wants updated? I know he said the entire document, but before we leave it, are you clear in terms of what you're being asked to update?
I can confirm for 108, yes. Can you just give me 1 minute to look at 297?
Of course.
Thank you.
The same for 297, all of the attachments in their entirety.
Yes.
Could you just clarify as well for 297, what the update is that you're looking for specifically?
Your ultimate rate request.
What? I'm sorry.
Your ultimate rate request.
Okay.
Yep.
Yes, we can update that one.
Okay. Let's move on to the next LFE. The next LFE is related to RRU 381. In RRU 381, the response requested that the information be provided on an annual basis, but it appears that your response did not have an annual breakout included. As such, I would like to ask for the following. Provide a revised response to LFE 381 Attachment 1 that displays this information on an annual basis.
We allow the witnesses just to look at RRU 381 just to see if the information can be provided on an annual basis. Thank you.
And to clarify, that's RRU 381, not LFE 381.
So on 381, I think that exhibit is about 990 pages in the PDF and contains all the various work orders, likely over a long period of time. Just given the size of this file that's organized by work order, you mentioned by year. Are you looking for it by year in the same Excel spreadsheet, or is, given the size of this data, just how voluminous it is, would it also be acceptable to break it up by year? Like in separate files?
Separate Excels for each year.
Separate Excels if needed. I just don't know this, given the size of the PDF here at almost 1,000 pages.
I have no preference for either way.
Okay, thank you.
I believe that's LAFOG exhibit 109.
And sorry, I'm sorry, one other question. Are you looking for every year that any dollar on these work orders was incurred, or are you looking for a specified period of time? Like from the last rate case forward for these work orders, or is it at any point in time?
Any point in time.
Okay.
I would just ask in terms of the relevance of providing information for a prior rate case period. So if we're talking about plant additions since the last rate case, I just want to ask for the relevance in terms of why information is being requested to pre-2018 before we endeavor to do the work.
And just to highlight, I'm not exactly sure of the year breakdown of all of these work orders, obviously, as it's not summarized, but was just curious for the years. I would imagine, I would expect that the majority, if not all of this, would be 2018 forward, but just wanted to highlight just in case. And just one other point of clarity, sorry. I think the data presented in three. Because I think just looking at the spreadsheet that you had previously presented, exhibit RRU 381 attachment 1 is the one we're talking about here. I think, correct?
Can you repeat the question?
Sorry, just looking at your data here, exhibit RRU 381 attachment 1 here, that represents, I think for the work orders that you had just previously walked us through, that's the net book, the book value of the retired assets. So are you just looking for by year when those assets were retired, or are you looking for like when the actual costs were incurred? Because as these are retirements, likely the timing of when those dollars were incurred is likely well before. Is it just like based on retirement year? Because for each of these work orders, if this is retirement data, it's likely we could add a column to what year it was retired. I just want to make sure I'm clear on what the request is from the dollars.
I'll just add that the original question here, RU 381, limited this to each year from 2018 to 2024. And it references back to RU 289, which may have had other limitations on the accounting work orders requested.
I'll respond to that. So RRU 289 asked for an itemized breakout for each year from 2018 through 2024, the following line items. And that's the one of those was the book cost of plant retired, correct?
I think is that 381? I think 289 may have been the cost removal.
We're talking about 381.
It asked for both, actually. It asked for all the components of the change in the depreciation reserve.
I'm sorry, I see that.
Okay. And so these work orders are what the company provided as the work orders for cost of removal. RRU 381 was necessary because in RRU 289, the amounts associated with the book cost of plant retired was not provided by work order. And so if these are the work orders from RRU 289 that were responsive to that request, which is 2018 through 2024, it would be my thinking, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but it would be my thinking that we would be looking for all of the dollars related to those work orders because those work orders wouldn't have expanded beyond this time frame.
Yeah, so just on all those work orders, I guess from a removal perspective, you'd be looking for the years in which those costs were incurred. And then from a retirement perspective, the year in which the retirement was completed for the book cost value. At the end there in 381.
So I don't necessarily
we can certainly, I think we'll try to break it down by year. And if the volume becomes too voluminous, we could certainly try to break it down by work order into different Excel files if that's acceptable.
Okay. Okay. I just hesitate because what we're looking for is what we requested initially, which is this information that's in RRU 381 by year, and subpart G is ask for that information summarized annually. So I hesitate to try to modify this on the spot where we're looking for the information that we requested in RRU 381 by year.
I think we have enough to endeavor in good faith to try and use the data referred to in 381 and try and break that down by year. If we identify a problem, we'll identify that in the late file, and then we can have someone available to answer questions about it.
Okay, thank you. Okay. So that was late file exhibit 109. Okay. So perhaps the best reference there is to provide a response to RRU 381 attachment 1 subpart G. And I'll mark that as late file exhibit 109. Okay, Attorney Coker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. One last LFE that I'd like to request. Please quantify the cost of removal and salvage that is being sought in the instant proceeding that is associated with open work orders.
Could you define open? Is that like work orders that have been placed in service? That would not be a open work order, like it's placed in service and it's now a in-service asset. So you'd be looking for the amounts related to work orders that are still included in QUIP.
I think he just wants to ensure, again, there's no disconnect between what you're looking for and what we provide. So to the extent we can iron that out now, we get you what you need. So I think that's what the witness would just want to confirm.
Understood.
We'd like you to use the definition that the company was using when it discussed open and closed work orders in RRU 383.
Okay, thank you.
So that concludes all the questions that I have, although Attorney Keenan has additional cross for this panel. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name's Kate Keenan. I'm a Pura staff attorney. I just have a few questions regarding lost and unaccounted for gas or LOF gas. My first question is regarding the company's response to interrogatory RRU 414. Yes, we're there. Thank you. On pages 2 to 3 of its response, the company explains that it measured LOF gas from 2013 to 2017 during the month of August in those years, and in the month of December for 2019 through 2023. Why did the company change the month of LOF gas measurement from August to December?
Subject to check, I'm not 100% sure on the presentation. I think we do file that information with Pura, which is why, but I'd have to check that with our gas supply team just to ensure. So I could take a read in if that's helpful, just on the time periods there.
Okay, thank you. So the read-in will be an explanation of why the company changed the month from August to December.
And just to provide a little more clarity as well in terms of the calculation. So, and I think some of this is included in the response as well. From a lost and unaccounted for gas perspective, there's multiple different components. So you have your daily gas purchases, which would be the total send out through the pipeline. And then you would also have your billed sales. Your billed sales are billed to customers on a cycle basis. And typically there's between 1 and I think depends on company, but 20 to 22 cycles, which are all metered on different days throughout each individual month. And then there's also a change in unbilled revenues, a part of the company's accounting process, given the fact that your billed sales are on a cyclical basis where, you know, cycle 1 would have their meter read on the first day of the month of December, say, and then wouldn't have their meter likely read again until January 1st or 2nd of the next month, depending on the metering schedule. The company will go through a process to estimate the quantity of unbilled sales, and that change in unbilled sales is included within the LAUF calculation. So just one thing to distinguish between the periods is that typically, given the seasonality of the gas business, the August billed sales or the August information will have less variability typically in the unbilled population, just given the seasonality of how our sales work and how customers consume the gas. And comparatively for December, there can be from period to period based on the nature of the billing cycles, when those meters are read and other factors from a billing perspective, can be more variability on the unbilled revenue quantity from year to year in December. So I think that was also something the company just tried to highlight in this response.
And I believe that I found the reference to the docket that resulted in the change. So that's docket 180328, the 2018 Pura report to the General Assembly concerning lost and unaccounted for gas. I believe that's when the change was implemented.
So in light of that, do we still need the read-in, or is that responsive to the staff's questions?
So in that, it's a report. In the report, did the authority direct the company to switch?
My understanding of part of what happened in that docket is that Pura and the state of Connecticut were seeking to get the LAUF reports from all the different LDCs to be consistent. And so my understanding is that the LAUF reporting that we use now was generated as part of that docket, kind of in a process between Pura and all the LDCs.
Thank you. Okay, I might circle back to that. Sticking with the company's response to interrogatory RRU 414, and I'm now looking at page 3. Can the company explain why the annual amount, and I'm also looking at Schedule G 5.1, and that's that schedule was provided by the company with the original application. I don't believe there was any updates to it.
You said G 5.1?
Correct.
Thank you. There, whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Okay, so looking at Schedule G 5.1, can the company explain why the annual amount of loft gas has increased over the period 2019 to 2023 in schedule, as it's shown in Schedule G 5.1, while the company also states on page 3 of its response to interrogatory RRU 414 that the Accelerated Pipe Replacement Program, or ARP program, has made a, quote, remarkable reduction in system leaks.
Sure. So I can start just based on the lost and unaccounted for gas calculation. As it's outlined in YGS Rev Rec 2, Schedule G 5.1, the different components here are made up of the actual sales transportation or the send out in the given year, as I outlined, which is a daily known quantity. And then the other amounts are the unaccounted for gas is a calculation that includes it. You take the total send out, you back out the billed sales, you back out company usage, and you back out the change in unbilled revenues from period to period. And as I just mentioned, there's a fundamental difference between the known quantity of the daily send out that is metered every day through the pipeline and the way the company bills that information from a customer billing perspective, where it's based on a cycled nature and included within those billed and change in unbilled sales year over year, which is an accounting estimate. There's some differences between the population in terms of how those are calculated. The billed sales is based on 22 different cycles with an accounting estimate to attempt to estimate the unbilled sales at every given period. So just as you see the variability here from year to year, some of that is likely based on the nature of the calculation and the way that the accounting estimate can impact it. And as I mentioned, the December time period from an unbilled perspective, unbilled revenues and the estimate of the unbilled revenue quantity is much more prevalent in peak heating season, like the month of December, as compared to the month of August. So I think from some of the variability that you're seeing there, it's just the nature of the calculation. And I do believe it's industry standard that on average, it's approximately, I think it's between 1 and 2 to 2.5%. But from period to period, you can see some fluctuation in that balance just based on the nature of the calculation.
And I guess to add to that, we believe that the portion of LUF attributable to leaks is a relatively small percentage of the overall LUF calculation. And I believe that's why a lot of our response focused on kind of the accounting practices that result in that total LUF amount.
So are you saying that the majority of the loft gas amount is due to the accounting methodology used?
I believe that
versus actual
the LUF report splits out the amounts that are attributed to the different portions. So I don't recall if we included those actual reports in the record, but we would certainly be happy to provide them if that would be helpful.
Yeah, and as I mentioned, in the response to 414, I believe the company attempted to outline, the fundamental differences in the nature of the calculation just between the way the build sales volumes work. And, there are other factors as well where there can be at times, there could be an estimate for a customer's meter just based on the way it came through and the company's controls to ensure that we're billing customers accurately. There could be an estimate for a given month that then gets trued up when we go out and our metering team does actual physical read of the meter to true that up from a customer perspective. So I think what we tried to highlight and what Ms. Day is discussing is this calculation and its fluctuations from period to period is really likely based purely on the makeup of the numerator and the denominator of the equation. And the fact that the LAUF is based on your total load, which is a known quantity, and is reduced by the billed sales and the estimated unbilled sales as the primary drivers of the two reductions to arrive at the lost and unaccounted for gas from a quantity perspective.
Thank you. Can I please still ask for a late file exhibit if you wouldn't mind providing the explanation for the switch from the August to December?
Absolutely, we'd be happy to do that.
Thank you.
So that'll be late file 112.
111.
My apologies.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I've, let's see, one last question. Is LOF gas a performance metric for any ESCO officer or executive?
I don't believe it is.
No?
I don't believe so.
Okay, thank you. That's all the questions I have.
Okay, that concludes pure staff questioning. OCC?
Good afternoon. My name is Tom Whelan from the Office of Consumer Counsel. As you could tell from our cross estimate on the agenda, we will be spending the rest of today together, I think, and also some of tomorrow morning. Pretty much all of my questions pertain to plant generally, touching on the capital planning process to some extent, and primarily are going to revolve around the initial filing and the exhibits YGS Capital 1, that's the testimony, 2, 3, 2A, 3A, and then RRU 108 and ENG 1 and the various supplements. I just want to kind of give a heads up that that's sort of that's the universe of documents I'm going to be asking about.
Thank you, we appreciate it.
Sure. That said, the first question I have is just a foundational one about a response to OCC 534. And the nature of my questions on this exhibit, just for the record, there was I took it as sort of a mild legal objection to a question we asked in this pertaining to the definition of used and useful. All my questions about this exhibit are just trying to get some clarity on the internal process for determining when a work order or a component goes into enters service. So Just wanted to flag that for Attorney Pace, so he's not worried about us getting into legal questions. So the narrative response says, the evidence that supports a finding that plant is used and useful in a rate proceeding is documentation of the in-service date for the respective plant addition. So is that a reference to the accounting records in-service date?
That is correct.
Okay. So for rate-based purposes, from the company's perspective, the standard for what is in service is the dollars that are actually in service rather than the total dollars spent on a project. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So in other words, if a project costs $1 million total, or $1 million total has been spent on a project, but only 800,000 of that have been placed into service, 800,000 would be reflected in rate base?
That's correct.
Okay. And before we got into this a little bit, not we, but I heard some references to QUIP a little before. So before a plant is placed into service, those costs are tracked as QUIP, as construction work in progress. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. And I don't know that you need to pull it up, but just for reference, the response to OCC 536 discusses how costs booked to FERC account 107, which is QUIP, are shifted to account 101 or plant in service. My question is just, is that the unitization process, that process of that transfer?
So there is a step that occurs first from 107 CWIP. It gets placed into 106 CCNC before it goes into 101.
Okay. What's CCNC?
Completed, completed construction not classified.
Is there, what's the purpose of that, if you to your understanding of the transfer from QUIP into that CCC designation before the shift to account 101?
Yep. So it gets shifted into 106 at the time that the asset is energized and can be useful to the customer. There could still be cost incurred on that work order.
Okay.
And the unitization process of that asset has not yet occurred.
And would just like to add, from a FERC definitional perspective, FERC account 106 is also included within utility plant and distinguished from QUIP.
Okay. When a project's at that stage, when a work order, I should say, is at that stage where it's energized, meaning gas is going through the pipes in the context of but there's still remaining work on the work order. Is that proportion of that work order then accounted for in rate base as utility plant at that CCC stage?
The charges that have been incurred up until that point would be in that 106 balance.
Okay.
Any additional charges that are incurred on that work order will immediately go into a 106 account. It will no longer flow into 107 if that work order is already placed in service.
Okay, gotcha. So that's just shifting. So the idea basically is once that component of the project is energized, there is no more QUIP, right? Like all the remaining expenditures as to that work order are in CCC rather than QUIP. That's the distinction.
That is correct.
Okay. Is there internally, is there a form that's submitted as part of that process? Or could you just talk through who determines when the shift from QUIP to CCC to plant, who determines when those, could you just talk through the process of how that works internally?
Sure. So all of our work goes through our work management system, Maximo. And a work order is created and established at the time that a job is conceptualized. When work continues on that project, the costs are incurred on that work order in a CWIP balance. Certain tasks and prerequisites have to be completed on that work order in order for it to move into a 106 balance. So within the field, our construction team has access to our Maximo system. And as they complete those tasks and prerequisites, they sign off on them and complete them within the work management system. That's an automated process that will then trigger the accounting updates within our financial system once all of the required tasks and prerequisites have been completed.
Okay. So is that true for we kind of talked about how there's 3 accounts that the work order shifts between. Is that true for both of the shifts from QUIP to CCC and then from CCC to being designated as in service?
Could you hold on 1 minute? I just have to confirm with.
Sure.
Could you just repeat that question one more time?
Sure. My understanding is that we're talking about shifting work orders from 107 to, I think you said 106 is CCC.
Yep.
And then ultimately to 101. Am I understanding that correctly?
That's correct.
Okay. So the question was just whether that process it sounded like the shift from 107 to 106 was the automated process that you discussed before, that when it's input into the system, it just automatically happens. My question is whether that's also true of the shift from 106 to 101.
Subject to check, I believe so. There are tasks that have to be done on the work order within the work management system to identify the as-built asset. And I believe once those are completed, it will then transfer that information into our financial system and be able to close it into 101.
Okay. We used to call that a punch list when I did construction management. Is that stage of the project? Once all the punch list items, the comparing the as-built is finalized, that's that process?
Yeah, you could refer to it the same way.
Okay.
And would also just like to point out from an accounting perspective, when the assets are placed in service and put into 106, just for clarification purposes, the asset does begin to depreciate. And as Mr. DeRozier's indicated, then we'll go through the process to close out the remaining tasks. But just wanted to highlight that context, that when it does move from 107 and into utility plant in 106, the asset does begin to depreciate.
Understood. And that, I think, to use a hypothetical example, there might be a pipe that's energized, but there might be paving that's necessary. So the paving component is the remainder portion of the work order. Is that an example of what you mean?
Yes, from a cost perspective, yes. There's still other tasks that may have to be done, such as mapping of the asset. That's all tasks that are identified in the work management and the work order lifecycle.
Okay. Thank you. Generally, I guess this is a question about work orders. A particular project can be made up of multiple work orders depending on the size of the project. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So a smaller project, maybe a customer service line, that might be one work order. Is that possible?
Usually the work order is associated with an asset. So if we're doing just a service line, that could be one work order. If we have to do any work on the meter or manifold, that could be an additional work order. But typically, yes, for those simple areas of work, it's usually one work order.
Okay. But something like a gate, building a gate station or a transmission pipeline, that would probably be many work orders. Is that?
That's correct.
Okay. So
I'm sorry, I just want to clarify, we don't have any, we don't construct transmission pipelines, but we certainly do work on our gate stations and district regulator stations.
Okay. So maybe instead of a transmission pipeline, a large main replacement project would have multiple work orders?
Yes.
Okay. So I guess what I'm getting at here is viewing the number of completed work orders as to a particular project isn't necessarily indicative of the proportion of the overall project that's complete. Is that accurate?
Could you just say that one more time?
Sure. If you're comparing two projects, for instance, a customer service line versus a gate station project, if you were to say, well, one work order is complete on the customer service line and one work order is complete on the gate station project, that wouldn't indicate that there's a similar level of completion as between those two projects, would it?
So if the work order has been placed in service, then it is the asset at that point is live and useful to the customer. So if you're talking about one work order and they're both placed in service, they both will be an asset available to the customer.
I understand. I think what I'm getting at, though, is maybe as a foundational question, does the company view a distinction between the finalization of an entire project versus the finalization of a work order that's a component of the project?
Oh, I understand. So a project can have many phases to it, and work orders will go in service at different phases depending on when that asset is available to the customer. So the completion of a project in totality can vary depending on when the individual work orders are placed in service.
It's my understanding that our work orders do contain the associated project. So I think even within our work order system, we do identify that there are some work orders that are associated with a specific project. And then when all those work orders were completed, we would designate that project as completed, but we also have things like blanket work orders, which is kind of, I'll leave it there. Thanks.
Okay. And I think, this next question I think is similar to what we've already discussed with respect to the component of a project being in service versus the entire project being finalized. But if there's a project where there was a pipeline to serve a new development with 100 homes, and that project from the company's perspective is completed before but it isn't energized yet, could there be work orders in that project that are in service prior to that pipeline being energized?
So I don't think we would classify the project as completed if it has not been energized.
Okay, but I guess I'm still just trying to get at the distinction of, could a work order, though, within the project be in service, even though the project isn't completed because it's not energized yet?
And I would just...
Hypothetical was a bad one.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. So I guess all of this is all helpful just for my general understanding, but also in the context of what I started with OCC 534 asking about in-service dates, but the response being that the in-service date would indicate whether a project, as I understood it, is in service. Is that more referencing that would indicate whether a work order is in service?
It would better reference the work order in service, not a project.
Okay. Thank you. So would there be circumstances where there need to be more context than just an in-service date to determine the status of an entire project with respect to whether the project is final and in service?
If all of the work orders associated with a project have been placed in service, that could be one determining factor that the project itself is completed.
Okay. I suppose the question I'm ultimately asking is, if OCC, for instance, was trying to get a sense, looking at a project, of how far along is this entire project, not the particular work order. If all we can see is in-service dates of the work orders associated with that project, what else could we look to get a sense of whether that, how far along that project is and when it might be, what else remains left to be done on it?
Yep, if you could just hold on 1 minute, I believe in one of our responses, we provided a status of the project and the completion status of a project. So you could just hold on 1 minute. I'll just see if I can find that.
Sure. If it helps, I know that information is in at the very least, the fourth supplement to ENG 01.
So what you just referenced is what I was pertaining to. So the completion status and how we define it would be that the entire project is field complete, meaning there's no more work to be done to have that asset energized and useful to customers. However, there still could be additional charges that are incurred on that project. But from a field complete perspective, the asset is used and useful for the customer.
Okay, thank you. Follow-up question that just occurred to me, totally on its own. That field complete designation, does that mean, is that similar to what you were discussing before about like when the pipe is energized, when a project is able to serve customers, or would that be the finalized, like everything is closed out and you're just waiting for invoices to come in? Like which of those is the field complete designation?
It's when it's ready to serve customers.
Okay. Thank you. I had some kind of basic questions about the exhibits provided in your initial application I referenced before, starting with capital 2 and capital 3, although these are such basic questions about sort of just what's in these exhibits that you might not even need to open them. My understanding from the rebuttal, and I can get it's on page 31, but again, you might not even need to, if you agreed, you might not even need to go there, is that the intent of the exhibit YGS Capital 2 and Capital 3 is to give a summary view of the project's actual direct costs and authorized costs to show, and the idea is that it's showing compliance with for those exhibits, specifically the pre-2022 PAP. Is that correct?
Yes. So Exhibit 2, Capital 2, would be all of the projects that were under the pre-2022 capital authorization policy. And subsequently, Capital 3 would be the newer policy that was put into place on January 1st, 2022.
Okay.
I'd also like to add, we hope that this information was helpful for you in understanding the context and the reason behind some of these projects, and then why sometimes we required additional capital supplements. So hopefully, in addition to being able to confirm that, we met our own PAP, hopefully there's other information in there that proved useful to you.
Thanks. So specifically, YGS Capital 2 shows direct cost expenditures, and that's distinct from like the total plant and service amounts. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And is that because the direct costs are what were relevant to the PAP approval process that was in place, that pre-2022?
That is correct. Yep.
Okay. So those cost figures in YGS Capital 2, that's showing what was spent for PAP compliance tracking purposes and not necessarily the total amount of additions like at that time?
That's correct.
Okay. And is that also, so there's supporting, there's those bulk PDF attachments, which I have so many questions about later and that I spent so much time looking at. The bulk attachment to Capital 2 showing that, which is the backup showing the project authorization forms, supplements, et cetera. That shows the kind of what was planned and authorized initially, but not necessarily what happened during project implementation. Is that correct?
So there could also be supplements, and there are supplements inside of that. So the initial path would be what was initially estimated and designed. And the supplements would be any additional information if the project had costs that were over according to our delegation of authority thresholds.
Okay, but there are some projects that have no supplement, and that the ultimate plant and service number might be less than the original authorized amount. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yep.
Okay. So there isn't, yeah, at least with respect to that filing, capital 2A, the bulk attachment, there isn't additional information in there with respect to a project like that shows that would explain the differential between the actual cost and the authorized cost?
In 2A, no, but we do have ENG 001 supplement 2 attachment A1 that would show every work order associated with those projects, the cost of those work orders and the in-service dates. So that's where we could cross-reference and see which work orders associated with the projects that are in capital 2 and 3 had rate base additions.
Understood. And I'm going to get to those those responses and supplements soon. But even that doesn't, that might show like the numerical, you could add up those work orders and see that they sum to the total plant and service, but that won't tell you why the total plant and service is different from the authorized level, does it?
I don't think you can get it from there, no.
Okay. Is there somewhere else in the record where you could see that? Like where you could compare, where you could see a rationale for why a final cost, other than a supplement, why a final cost is different from the authorized cost?
Subject to check, I don't believe so, other than a supplement.
Okay. Thank you.
And just to be clear, were those questions limited to situations where the final amount of the project was less than what was authorized? I just want to make sure it's clear for the record that that's what you're probing on.
Yeah, I mean, the reason I was asking that is that my understanding is a supplement would generally be filed to when a project budget, when actuals exceed budget pursuant to the delegation of authority thresholds, right? So yes, my question was limited to that example because in the instance where there was no supplement, I was just asking if there was would there be any other documentation to compare the authorized initial amount in the original PAF versus what plant entered service, to the extent there's any difference between those. The witness has already answered the question, but for clarity of the record, that was the basis for my question. Are there pre-construction activities subsequent to the authorization stage, like engineering design, the development of project timelines, procurement decisions? Does that process take place at some point after, like, as a project moves forward subsequent to authorization?
Yes, those activities do occur.
Okay. And then once ground is broken on a project, are there activities like construction phase management, progress?
I'm sorry to interrupt. Could you just, I may have misspoken. Did you say prior to when an authorization occurs?
So I said subsequent to an authorization.
Okay.
Is that?
No.
Do you want to change your? Okay. So I guess I'm just getting at some point the project starts and there's construction phase management, progress monitoring, quality control procedures. Do those things occur as projects are kind of being developed?
Absolutely. Yep.
Okay. And then at the end, maybe this is sort of what I was referring to a little before, like a punch list. There are closeout procedures like final cost validation, final evaluations, comparisons to as-built. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Is there documentation of those, of any of those phases? Like, does the company generate documentation of that?
Just hold on 1 minute.
Sure.
Just want to ask a clarifying question before the witness responds, which is Attorney Wheel said, does documentation exist? And I wanted to see if we can try to be more specific because I would imagine there will be some type of documentation for those various stages, but is your question, is something in the record? Is there a specific type of documentation you're looking for, just to try and be more precise to help the witnesses respond to what you're looking for?
I think my initial question is sort of like what documentation would show those different phases, and then as a secondary matter, where we can see that kind of documentation in the record.
I think the primary documentation for the assets that result from any project are the as-builts. So that's our as-built documentation. And that kind of remains within our work order, within our work management system, within our GIS, and within DocuWare, kind of depending on the complexity of the project. It might exist in one or more of those systems. As to your other questions, though, now that I understand better, thanks to Attorney Pace, I think we would like to confer a bit more.
And one of the reasons why I asked the question for the clarification would be that when the company puts a case together, we endeavor to provide the information as we understand it in terms of what's being requested in the SFRs in the last rate case. We can respond to requests for documentation and discovery. If a new request is being raised at the very 11th hour during the hearing process, I just want to understand, was this something that was asked for months ago and we didn't provide it, or is this something brand new that's being asked for the first time in the hearing? So I'll let the witnesses think about it and respond. Thank you.
So as part of the life cycle of a work order, we do document daily activity reports. Those are all housed within our work management system as an asset is completed. As-built records are put together and again housed in our work management system. Those have not been provided as part of the evidence that is in this case.
And I would ask if, to the extent OCC, is looking for that, what I'd ask them to identify was there a data response in which they specifically asked for that and the company said no, because what we can do in providing information to support the capital work we do is to comply with the SFRs, which we have, to provide information being requested in discovery, which we have. And so to the extent that a request is now coming in, we'd have to see what it is and whether in the time frame we have, we can provide it. So I'll let Attorney Wheel proceed with his questions. Thank you.
We don't have a request. I was just trying to get a sense of like what happens internally and sort of what's in if there's something we could look at that's already in the record.
I think the only other thing that I would want to mention that I believe is in the record, either in our initial testimony or perhaps in our rebuttal, is we do talk about, we have project management meetings on a monthly basis. We have our work plan meetings. And in those meetings, we discuss, especially projects where there are changes, kind of what is going on with that project, what the status of the project is, if there's an update to the timing of the project or the expected completion date. I think those are the primary kind of means by which management reviews those changes to the project and the overall completion status. So we did talk about those meetings, and I believe, I don't believe we have any other documentation associated with those meetings in the proceeding, subject to check.
Okay, thank you. I just have some questions about the, I just want to make sure, like, there were a number of supplements to ENG 1 and RU 108. I just want to make sure that, like, we're tracking sort of what changed from supplement to supplement. So I'm hoping to just kind of go through, most of these questions will probably just be like confirming our understanding of like what was new in each one. So starting with ENG 1, which I think was the first of this group file that was December 30th. My understanding is that the primary kind of new information in there, I see that it lists projects over $100,000 in 4 attachments, and attachments C and D show planned expenditures in 2025 and 2026. My understanding is that this is like that was the first time we saw those 2025 and 2026 planned expenditures. Those weren't in the original filing. Is that correct?
You're correct. In attachment, in ENG 001, attachment 1C and 1D, what that did is it provided a description. It provided a description of each project anticipated for rate years 2025 and 2026 subsequently.
Okay. Thank you. And then RU 108, the original one filed on February 11th. We saw this showed a plant and service roll forward from the last rate case through the current, through the rate year in this rate case, is correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, that provided a summary of the plant additions.
Okay. And that, we talked a little bit before about how the distinction between the direct costs authorized at the authorization stage and plant, but this RU 108 attachment 2 shows that actual plant additions as opposed to the authorized costs or the actual costs. Is that correct?
I believe that's correct. Would you give me just 1 minute just to confirm?
Sure. That's I don't know if I said it, but it's ROU 108 attachment 2. The original one is the attachment that I'm asking about.
You are correct. So attachment 2 provided by project the amount of in-service capital additions for each project by the year that it was incurred.
Okay. As distinct, I just wanted to confirm these aren't the direct costs like the original filing. This is the plant and service per year per project, right?
That is correct.
Okay. Thank you. I had a question about the narrative response to RU 108, the original one, and I think that maybe the narrative responses are repeated through the iterations, but so I'm not sure whether this is repeated again in some subsequent supplement, but I'm looking at the original RU 108 narrative response from January 28th, 2025.
One moment, please.
Sure.
And I'm there.
Okay. On page 2, the response to part F, the question F, I guess. There's the statement, the company establishes a funding project and each funding project has work orders that are associated with work that will be completed within the project and placed in service when it can be used. I just wanted to make sure I understood that statement. Is that kind of getting at what we were talking about before, that a project can be made up of multiple work orders? And when work orders associated with associated expenditures are finalized, that's when they enter plant in service?
When the work order is made live and energized, at that point, yes, that work order becomes a plant and service addition.
Okay,
And each work order on the project, that can happen at various times.
okay. So my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, of like the why this note is here is to emphasize that while an overall project might be incomplete, that doesn't mean all the work within the project isn't in service. That it doesn't mean that there is no work associated with a project that's in service. Is that the purpose of this response?
Even though a project has not been fully completed, there could be, and many times are, assets that are used and useful for the customer before the full project has been completed. So each of those individual work orders would be created and placed in service at the appropriate time that the asset is energized or live.
Okay, thank you. And then attachment 4 to RRU 108, the original one, and I'm aware this attachment itself was supplemented multiple times, or at least once. This one was, that attachment is showing the 432 projects, which at that time still had outstanding work orders. Is that correct?
That's correct. Those are projects that still had at least one open work order on them.
Okay. But the projects that also have at least one work order that's in service, right? Because
that is correct. So these projects would not have been on this list unless they had at least one work order that was in rate base additions or in service.
Okay. Thank you.
And to be clear for the record, are we also referring to the supplement 1 that was filed as attachment 4 to RRU? I just want to confirm for the record in terms of what, thank you.
Well, sorry, I was asking about the original RRU 18 attachment 4 filed on, I can get you the filing date. Although I recognize, I can ask the witness, I think this was supplemented, and would the response with respect to the same information that's provided on the supplement be the same?
Yes, and I believe the date was, the original attachment 4 was January 28th.
Thank you. And again, I'm just trying to track through like chronologically to make sure we're not missing a supplement or missing like something that changed between supplements. But we acknowledge, I believe our 108 has a single supplement, and ENG 1, I think, is 4 supplements. So we did see those. And RU 108 also provides expected completion dates and completion percentages for 29 projects. Is that correct?
Could you just reference what attachment you're looking at?
Yes, I think it is attachment 4, but let me confirm. Now I might be confusing myself because I'm seeing that on the supplemental attachment 4. So the original RU 108 attachment 4 did not include the percentage completion or estimated completion date. Is that correct?
You are correct. The original did not. The supplement to attachment 4 does have the estimated completion percentage.
Okay, thank you.
And you are correct, it is for 29 projects.
Okay. The percentage, and for the record, now that I've messed up my attempt to make this clear, I'm now looking at RU 108 attachment 4, RU 108 supplement 1 attachment 4. That column that's labeled percent complete, or just it says estimated completion and it has a percentage sign. Is that the percentage of the initial budget spent or the percentage of work orders complete?
Just one moment, I just want to confirm.
Sure.
So that percentage complete or estimated completion percentage represents the estimated field complete percentage from what was in the original scope on the project authorization form. So it's the estimated completion percentage of the work that is field complete.
Okay, so it's like it's not based on the authorized budget, it's based on the scope?
It's not based on budget.
Okay.
It's based on scope of field work.
And if I may add, I think the reason why we tried to provide it this way is because we understood that your questions were trying to get to, from our understanding, how complete is the project, right? How complete is the scope of work? So we worked with specific SMEs who, have specific knowledge of each of these projects to identify those estimated completions for this exhibit.
Thanks. And for the record, this one wasn't our question. This was Jim Vacalina and his crew in RRU.
I'm sorry. I hope you don't mind being associated with that.
Absolutely. I can think of no higher honor than being associated with Jim Vacalina. And I think part of why I got a little hung up, a little confused on the question I had before about, I'm realizing now that the original RRU 108 asked for percentage completes, and I think the original response in that same section F I was looking at in the original narrative said that the company was like endeavoring to get that information and would update the response. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. I guess I'm just a little confused about, can you just explain like why it required additional time to get that information? Like, did that information have to kind of come from a different source from the other data that was provided in attachment 4?
Just one moment.
Sure.
Right. For us to be able to compile those percentages, we had to reach out to each individual project manager for each project that is listed here. So it took a little bit longer since it wasn't something we could just query out of a system.
That makes sense, knowing especially that it's scope, right? Because how do you, like, it's not something that there isn't a percentage scope that's tracked as like in the system as the project's tracked. Is that correct? In other words, the scope would mean we're about halfway done with the paving portion of the project, right? Like I assume there's some.
Correct.
Like the project manager would have to evaluate that subjectively. Is that correct? Okay. I had some kind of specific questions about 2 specific projects on RU 108 supplemental 1 attachment 4. But they're not questions about, I'm not going to ask you the details of the project themselves. I just sort of wanted to understand sort of the relationships between the exhibits. So if you open supplemental attachment 4 to RU 108 supplement 1 attachment 4. Whew. And I just wanted to ask about the project on line 1, which is project ID 22711, and the project on line 13, which is 21C603.
Yes, I see those.
Okay. So those would both be approved under the new project authorization policy. Is that correct?
I'd have to check, not necessarily. We'll start specifically with the first project, which is on line 1, 22711. Oh, my apologies. That was a project that was for a facilities line of business that started in 2022. So because it was a 2022, it would be the new policy that it was under.
Okay, and the same for line 13, 21C 603.
I would have to check on line 13 to see when the first initial charges were incurred. Because if those had charges that were incurred prior to January 1st, 2022, it would be under the older policy, the pre-2022 policy. If you give me 1 minute, I can confirm that.
Sure. If it helps, I think my next couple of questions are going to be actually references to ENG1 supplement 4 attachment 1B, which both these projects are listed on. And my understanding is that would mean that they both kind of came from the original listing of the post 2022. Is that correct?
Yes, I can confirm now that 21C 603 was part of the post 2022 authorization.
Okay. Thank you. And I'm sorry, I could have asked that much more easily if I'd realized that.
No, that's okay.
They're both in the same tab in that attachment. So looking at what I want to do is sort of find these same projects on ENG1 supplement 4 attachment 1B. And just ask some questions about like ultimately the interaction between these two exhibits. And I know I've already found them on that, so I can point them to you if that's helpful, if you just let me know when that attachment's open.
You're trying to cross-reference it with ENG1 supplement 4?
Yes.
Okay.
And attachment 1B. Clarify that because I keep getting hung up on there's an ENG1 supplement 4 attachment A, which is an entirely different thing than attachment 1A. So looking at attachment 1B.
That's the one with 28 pages?
I'm looking at the Excel sheet, but
okay.
But it very well could.
I did the PDF.
Okay.
So I can see them better.
Attorney Wheel, do you want to identify a line
Yeah.
for the project that you're looking at?
Yes, I just making sure the panel had the exhibit open. But the first line I'm going to reference is labeled line 178, which is Excel row 190 on that attachment.
Yes.
Okay. So that's project 22711, which was the line 1 project on the ROU 108 exhibit, right?
Yes.
Okay. And the other project from the art that I asked about before, I believe, is on line 220.
Yes.
Okay. So the reason that we picked these two projects to ask about is that they're comparable. Well, I'll ask you if you agree that they're comparable with respect to kind of two data sets on this exhibit. So the first project, 22-711, again on line 178, had an initial approved budget of $676,000. Is that correct? And the second one, 21C603, had an initial approved budget of $702,780.
I apologize. I'm just a couple of steps behind.
Sure.
I now have ENG 001 supplement 4 attachment 1AB open, and I apologize. I was just a little bit behind.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize.
I'm sorry, I got ahead of you.
I can cut to the chase here. We picked these two projects because they both have initial authorized budgets around $700,000, and as of supplement 4, they had a very similar level of project budget that had been spent. So 22-711 shows 97% of the budget has been spent. For the record, there isn't a column showing that on the exhibit, but we're just taking the actual cost of $657,730 as a percentage of the authorized cost of $676,000. Does that make sense?
Yes, that makes sense.
Okay. And similarly, project 21C603, which again is line 220, that has an approved budget of $702,780. So far, $667,918 has been spent, so that's 95%. Subject to check.
Yeah, I'll trust your calculation, but yeah.
Okay. So would you agree that looking at this exhibit, these two projects with respect to those two data points are pretty comparable?
For these two projects, those are comparable. Yes, I can agree to that.
Okay. But going back to RU 108, supplement 1, attachment 4, where we started, these two projects have very different completion percentages, right? The first line 1 is 99% complete and line 13 is 25% complete.
Yep, I see those numbers. I agree with them.
Okay. So using these two exhibits together, and again, these questions, I honestly haven't even looked at the backup for these particular projects. I'm just trying to understand, again, how to use the information together. Would I be correct in understanding that that second project, 95% of its budget has been spent, but it's 25% complete?
Just hold on 1 minute.
Sure.
Thank you.
I don't know how you selected these examples, but I think they're wonderful examples to kind of go through some of the complexity. So in this particular example, the first one is a line of business, right, for real estate. And so without doing any additional research into what's going on with that project, my assumption is that they're perhaps waiting on a final invoice, and they expect that project to be completed associated with its completion date. The other project is noted as a CDOT project. And when we are doing projects with the Connecticut Department of Transportation, ones where we need to make changes to our assets to accommodate a change that's initiated by the Connecticut Department of Transportation, they'll often issue us a reimbursement for a portion of the project associated with that work. And so subject to check, I believe that that total spend would not reflect the anticipated reimbursement from the state. So it is a little bit tricky. I do recognize what you're saying. There's some complexity that isn't necessarily reflected in these numbers on each specific project. I do recognize it's a challenge.
Thanks. And is it fair to say that even if the DOT issue weren't, even if there were a project that were very far behind on completion as compared to the budget, the normal, not normal, but that's what a supplement could be used for, correct? Like the project manager could submit a supplement and say, hey, this is going, the original authorization is not going to cover the actual spend.
That is correct, yes.
But I guess, Ms. Day, going back to what you were just saying, would you agree that for an incomplete project, can be important to understand both how much work remains to be completed and how much budget remains, authorized budget has been spent?
I think for some particular instances, it can be, and certainly for any particular instance, we're happy to provide any additional information that you think would be helpful.
Okay. Thank you. Do you recommend, like, if we want to get a sense of which of that information, of being able to compare the kind of completion status of a project versus the funding status of a project, does it make sense to kind of compare RU 108 and ENG 1 supplements the way that we just kind of walked through?
Yeah, I think that's a place to start your comparison, but each project is very unique. Like Ms. Day just provided an example of, a DOT project has components to it with reimbursables that usually get applied to the work order after the work is fully completed and credited back to those work orders. So each project is very unique, but as a starting point, that's a good place to start.
And I think especially where you see that mismatch, like you identified with that specific project, the 21C603, I think if you have questions like that, where based on the information provided to you, you can't make sense of the differences in those numbers, certainly we're happy to provide you with additional information that could explain that difference.
Thank you. And again, honestly, the questions were really just about making sure that it makes sense that we're comparing the documents separately. We actually don't have specific questions about that particular project or why it's behind, but I appreciate that the company would, I'm sure the company would provide it had we issued an interrogatory saying what's going on with this project. Looking still at ENG, I'll pause for a second and turn to the commissioners. Are we planning to go to 5:30?
Yeah, well, I was just gonna ask if you were, I don't want to interrupt your flow, but if this would be a good place to wrap for the day.
Sure.
Okay.
Any place works.
Perfect. Before we wrap, just for planning purposes, the OCC, do you have an updated estimate of remaining cross?
I think it's going to be more than our initial estimate. I think I'm probably, I can work on cutting it down. I'm less than halfway through so far, though.
Okay.
I would guess I'd hope to get through in 3 hours tomorrow.
Okay, that's fine. All right, any party intervener have any administrative matters before we wrap for the day?
We have no administrative matters.
Okay, so then we will reconvene tomorrow morning with OCC's cross of this panel. Have a great night.
Thank you.